Dave, what's up? 44 months. That's wild. All right. So I need to get the chat working. How's it going, Wyatt? Need to get my chair working. Good gravy. Someday I will buy a new one. All right. What's that thing called? Oh man, it's been so long since I've streamed. It's called Mr. Labs. All right. What are the odds it just still works? It's got to be close to 0, right? Yeah. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Twitch chat's working. YouTube? YouTube not successful. Unknown reason for YouTube not working. Let's see. Oh, it just wasn't connected yet. Test again. Haha, wow. I mean, that's a good sign when you haven't run the thing in, you know, however many weeks it's been. 13 weeks or whatever, and it still all works properly. I mean, it's been 100 episodes, which is going to be 20 weeks, more like it, roughly. Okay, so YouTube chat. Get pop out Twitch chat here. That over there. Okay. We're still waking up. A little bit from now, I'm gonna take a break, warm up some leftover chocolate chip pancakes I have, you know, eat some breakfast. But I figured I'm bored, so why not just start the stream? We'll hang out, we'll do some stuff, and have some fun. Yeah. That's what we're doing. Okay. So, we left off, I believe, with having finished Guar 2, and we were in the middle of something else when Guar distracted us. I don't remember what it was, but I don't know. I think were we fixing something? I know we did something with nuclear. Oh, silver lead dust is low. Huh. And sap. Well, that might not have actually been low. Let's see. No, it might be. Let's go ahead and improve our sap provider station. That should be easy. Oh yeah. Very easy to fix this. We're gonna also double the loading rate there. We're gonna fix all this. Quadruple the loading rate. We're going to, if I remember, load a couple more tiles, and then we're going to upgrade these guys. And then we're going to put Mark IV sap trees in them. And our sap is going to go absolutely cuckoo bananas. Cuckoo bonkers, as they say. Leduc, you saw 418 and thought, oh no, it might be the last. No, it's not the last. We're not done with Pi. Pi's not done with us. We have a real chance at finishing this thing. It's not 100%. I'm not like promising I'm gonna finish Pi. There's still definitely a chance that I don't. But the chance that I do is, I think we're creeping up on at least 50-50 odds that we're gonna finish this thing. Because at this point, we're at least halfway done. So there's that. On top of, this has become such a part of my routine. You know, I'm well over a year now that I've been doing these episodes. Like, not literally daily, but, you know, in essence daily. And it's just become a part of my life, and I enjoy this part of my life. And it would take a lot of like other crap in life to keep me from doing this. Now, I might have to take a break at some point if I go on a trip, you know, like a long trip somewhere. Which, if I'm being honest, has the greatest risk of defeating my will to continue playing. So the obvious answer is just I can't go anywhere. I can't take any trips until I defeat Pi. No, I'm kidding. All right, so wow, that's interesting. The sap tree Mark II is actually quite a bit faster, just at a baseline. Yeah, it's a full third faster. Every time you start Pi, they release a bunch more Pi. I will say this one has been a long run. AE has, like, I started this run a while after this was my second run after Alternative Energy had already come out, and nothing new has still come out. I mean, they've done some base breaking updates, not in a while though, but okay, now one thing I don't remember is with upmarking sap trees, does this consume the tier 2s? No, so I just have a bunch of tier 2s, but I also have a bunch of tier 4s. Look at this. Look at this. This is great. Yeah, I actually want those to all be tier 4. I probably don't need this many. I'm gonna leave those untouched for now, just because I don't want to upgrade all that. Also, I mean, am I spending an absurd amount of resources here? I really am. I'm probably going overboard, but it's fine. Let's see where this leaves us. Okay, those are all hooked up. This base is a sponsor of your good grades. I don't know. I feel like you could say this base is a sponsor of your bad grades, and it would be maybe accurate too. Maybe I'm distracting you. Okay, I think I'm gonna start recording here. Hello everyone, and welcome back to pYanodon's Season 3. This is a very special few episodes, because we're getting close to our 500 hours. We're actually a bit early this time, but I had a free day, the rare free day, so I figured I would go ahead and do the 500-hour base tour and the 500-hour kind of just stream. You know, just like to check in, get back to live streaming once in a while. I'm not doing the base tour in this episode, but we are going to go through probably after 1 or 2 more episodes. I think I'm going to go through all the milestones we've completed since 300 hours, because I don't think I did this since then. So we'll look at all the milestones, kind of look at different parts of the base. The base tours are becoming kind of, I don't know if less interesting is the right word, but the devil's in the details with these things. And like, you know, my base is city block base. A lot of it is uninteresting in terms of the bigger design of it, because it's just a bunch of stuff connected by cybersyn trains. What's more interesting is, you know, me spending, like, the base tour needs to focus on stuff like this. Like, what on earth did I do here? You know what I mean? Like, this is the stuff that's interesting. Setting up a random material that everyone else who plays the game sets up you know, like whatever, methyl acrylate. You know, that's not that interesting. Or acetaldehyde, whatever this is. That's not that interesting. Did we make this in 2 places? By the way. No, I'm thinking of a different thing. It looks like a blue bottle, so it's similar, but... Okay, what are we doing? I am actually just going to... I'm gonna cut off the last 12 of this. That just feels a bit too extreme. Because these are 0.37 a second each already. So we're up to 10 sap a second with all that. That's my sap consumption. We are over to, the problem is we're also locally producing a lot of sap over here in multiple places, but mostly I would imagine is over here. These are producing 14.6. Holy crap. That's wild. Yeah, I guess the Mark IV isn't that big of an upgrade. But yeah, these are already producing 900 a minute alone. The question is how much are we consuming, you know, for that, and it's probably not the full amount. All this to say, these were Mark I buildings and now they're Mark II, so that's doubling on top of slightly increasing even more on top of slightly increasing even more because of the Mark III. You know, these buildings were going 0.11, there we have it, and the new ones are going 0.37. So we're more than tripling, our rate here with all these. So if I just copy this into all the ones we have, that should be plenty. What's up, Alor? How many bots did I put in the channel 1 network for paramagnetic? That's a good question. It seemed kind of low. I put in... Well... Didn't even change either of those to channel 1, so that's certainly a problem. I put in 10. I don't know. Is that enough? Because we're carrying... oh, it's already full. Cool, I guess. How did stone get in here? That's scary. But we're doing all the super high rate items on belts, so that I think that might be enough. I don't know. It might not be. Those are still adding up to like 5 items a second. It's probably close to enough. We'll see. Anyway, Guar Mark II is slowly accumulating. Just stay here since it's helping. Okay, what was I just looking at? I already forgot. Oh, the sap. We finished doing I think. Gonna wait for the bots to finish all that. Maybe. Right. I think that does it. And according to PRCE, that will get me 18.8 sap a second. That should be plenty. And it's stacked, so I don't have to worry about belts. What's the end game in this mod? There's a little bit of crazy stuff, like with, you know, like you get a flying mount, and there is some equipment, but the end game is more just about the production. pYanodon's has always primarily been about the factory part of Factorio, not the player-focused part of Factorio. You know, there's no combat in Factorio, at least by default. unless you add it in. Is not really meant to be, you know, there's no, so for the most part, it's just continuing to progress. There are some technologies, like I know there's linked chests, wormholes that you get to eventually. You know, there's higher tiers of trains, there's higher tiers of bots, but for the most part, it's Factorio as intended. The nuclear chain continues to get more bonkers as time goes on, I'm sure. I also think there was one other nuclear thing that I missed in here. I mean, there were a couple that we didn't look into. First of all, there's Fuel Rod Mark IIs that I think we decided we don't like because of coated containers. It was actually Fuel Rod Mark IIIs that we liked. But there's this one, which is kind of interesting to me. We can start making americium. And what does that do for us? And how do I make the neutrons again? I think it's MOX reactor fuel. Either reactor fuel or MOX reactor fuel is how I make neutrons. And then I can heat them up in a neutron moderator. Do you need to heat them up for the recipe I was just looking at? I don't think so. Those recipes are not till prod sci. Unfortunately. So what this one allows me to do is oh, it gives me another TBP recipe. Do I need to switch to that one? Maybe. High lithium peroxide. There's more reactor fuel. And that gets you to salt solution. MOX plutonium oxide, high energy waste, which comes from spent MOX and lithium peroxide. Okay. So that makes a lot of blue rocks right there. Holy cow. Of all the varieties that we know and love. Oh, the reactor just runs off of... Okay, sorry, I'm being dumb. The reactor runs off of... Also, what is the plutonium dioxide for again? This is also complicated. We also get americium from 242, which is the one that I have a bunch of, right? So americium 243 is actually quite cheap. The problem is the coated containers are not quite cheap. So I don't know if I want to even make any of these, but I guess I could always make a few of them, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, the spent fuel, these run, yeah, these consume plutonium dioxide. That's what it is. So they're consuming the plutonium dioxide. So that I need to do this recipe to make the fuel for the nuclear. And then the 238. Goodness. Did we decide this is a breeding recipe? What does this do? The 238 can be made. You know what? This is where Helmod... there's actually one part about Helmod's UI here that is king. When you click on a thing, like 238, and you bring it up in here, you actually can see all of the recipes together and the technologies because of this grid view. So there's a reason to use this, because you can more easily see all the ways to make it next to the technology that makes it all in the same view. So ironically, I need recipe book and the new Hellmod recipe book is providing another use that I actually really like. Anyway, the Mox fuel cells I can make. And what are they burned in? These are burned in the breeder reactors, which I can make. Those are the ones I'm already making, I think. Okay. Right now I'm burning uranium fuel cells. But Mox fuel cells are made out of 238, a little bit of 239s, which I'm already making a bunch of. And that makes 2 of them. And then the used up Mox fuel cells get turned into 238 again, but not enough 238, but a bunch of plutonium oxide. So that's not a way to produce 238, right? Because that's 10 238s from 4 cells, but we used 28 to make 2, so 14 apiece. Yeah, you only get 5 back apiece. So, JG Wentworth. So then, I don't even really know what I'm trying to understand right now. I guess I'm trying to understand how to get more 238, so I could make a bunch of plutonium dioxide. That's right, okay. Gotta stay on track here. This is an ADHD nightmare right here. Okay, so this is technically a way to turn 242 back into 238, if you think about it. It's not efficient, but it does work. You're turning P242 back into U238. I should keep calling them A, B, C, D, E for plutonium, because the numbers are just confusing, man. I think about 242 as E. it's the top one. There's 5 of them. 238 is A. Anyway. Uranium oxide mostly goes back. Oh no, that's peroxide. Sorry. Gotta see. That's the thing, is I gotta stay like within my tech tier. That's what gets confusing about this. And these are used up uranium fuel cell Mark 2, 3, and 4, which I don't think exist anymore. So I think I can ignore those. I think that's for a different, an older or not full pi situation. 103-hour spoilage timer. Yeah, exactly. So what am I actually trying to do here? I think the question, let me just look at the technology again. And just go through all the things it unlocks. First of all, was there one in here that I haven't touched? I don't think so. You can make steam with fuel rods. That's certainly not worth my time. Now, hold on a second. Am I being a little dummy dum-dum? Currently, I'm making plutonium oxide through plutonium peroxide made through antimony phosphate, which is made through depleted uranium cells, which is made through uranium 235 and a bunch of 238, 15 238 per cell. Wouldn't it just be better to use the Mox cells? Isn't that a better ratio? And we don't even need 235 for that? I think that's an improvement we can just make directly that I think I just forgot about. I think I looked into that at some point. And then didn't do it. Sorry, one second. Just gotta check my phone. I love emails that have "thanks for your purchase" in the title when you didn't purchase anything. Nice little scam. Okay, so uranium fuel cell, no. Okay, I need to add in I guess I need to let Hellmod do its thing. Okay, and I need to add in breeder reactor twice. make this its own little block so I can stay organized. Okay, so there's two different versions here. This version is going to be burning the, the MOX fuel cells. And then the used up MOXes can do that, and the used up uraniums can do this. But then the antimony phosphate, and I'm just going to go off my knowledge that I can get 50% more plutonium peroxide than what it says. Because that's what we learned from this other episode. So, I think that was just last episode, actually. It was a few days ago for me. So, whatever we end up getting from this, multiply by 1.5, and that's actually how much we can get of the plutonium oxide. And I don't think any of this has prod, right? I think crafting the fuel cells does, actually. Yeah. Oh, but crafting the MOX fuel cells does not. That's actually relevant. Could get relevant, especially in the late game when you've got, 100% prod, basically. That could matter. We'll see. Okay, so then this is essentially, yeah, for 10 plutonium oxide, that's going to cost us this many green rocks. 2.7 dull and 0.5 spicy. And instead, if we go the MOX route to make plutonium oxide, we are using 40. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Interesting. Am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something. No? I don't think I am. I guess the question is, do we end up with a bunch of extra, like, what's the ratio we get of green rocks here? Wait, what green rock processing do I have? Ah, yellow cake. So yeah, we are getting some extra 238, and I could make some of my, because this essentially is just costing me molybdenum and niobium, which I assume at the rates we're talking are actually quite small amounts. And then the plutonium-239 is such a tiny percentage, because yeah, we get more than one plutonium-239 back, even if without any transferring of letters to other letters. You know what I'm saying? Because this makes about 7.5 239s from 5 oxide. And 2.9 of these makes 10 of these, which then would make 15 of these without even converting anything. So that pays for itself in terms of the 239. Uses about 20% of what it makes, 239-wise. So you're essentially spending excess 238 plus some plates to gain a little bit of freebie plutonium oxide. Okay. So that's fine. That's not as good as I thought it was, though. And that still doesn't answer the question of how do I get more 238. Vogels, how's it going? You enjoyed the GT&H movies. I did too. I will say there were some issues with GT&H gameplay-wise that make me less attracted to return to it. If I do return to Minecraft, which I probably will return to modded Minecraft at some point in life, I will probably do a different pack. I like GT&H. There's something inherently attractive about 5,000 hour pack or whatever, But I think there's just too many things there that aren't my jam that I think I'm always gonna... I can have a good time, but I think there will be things I run into that are gonna be too frustrating. Like, for example, Dave was playing one, was it called Star Technologies, Dave? I don't know if you're still here. I think it was Star Technologies. And that one sounded like a little more interesting to me. I could see myself doing that one. So, but not anytime soon, because this pYanodon's is all I got room for right now. Okay, so we were looking into... Oh, wait, where am I getting uranium oxide? Because I'm getting a lot of this right now. But what from? Oh, it's the decaying 2-3. Oh, wait a second. Wait, no, never mind. I don't have this technology. First of all. Second of all, it's from the decaying 238, which then would not net you anything. So that's not, there's nothing there. I don't think I have a method to get more 238 right now, is what I'm realizing. Unless I'm missing something. Because 238 is created by these things. Oh, wait, is this real? Hold on. No. Wait, now I'm confused. It shows as a technology, but then it doesn't exist? It must be like a, depending on whether you have pYAE or not. Because this nuclear fuel reprocessing just showed up as a tech, even, right there. But I don't think that tech actually exists. That's a bummer. Here, if I click on... Oh, no, not prototypes. Alt-click. Yeah, there's no tech for it. Okay. So... CoverX also does not exist, I believe. Yeah. Just walking through all the options here. Oh, that's right. It's uranium hexafluoride. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, I know there's something here. It's uranium hexafluoride. Okay, let's look into that. What is this? So, it's actually really nice when you click on, when you alt click on this, it takes you right to the recipe book for that recipe specifically. So it has to be cold uranium hexafluoride. So, and that's, we looked into this at one point. It was this whole mess on, in Hellmod. So if I make it the hexafluoride way, what does that look like? No prod in that, but oh my gosh. I'm unlocking all the yellow and the green ones, just for whatever that's worth. Oh goodness. I'm gonna make this its own block for a chance that Matrix Solver does it correctly. We'll see how that goes. So the cold one comes from the green. Yeah, the green. Yeah, it did not do it correctly. I had hopes, but it did not quite get there. This gets so confusing. Actually, wait, did that work? Does it all just cancel out? This doesn't look right. According to this, it is all canceling out, but that doesn't really make sense. Okay, so that's 70 degree, which is what, and then this one goes up to here. And then I think that's the one. Wait, 233. No, we'd be getting 70 degree to start. That one comes from a different, I think, different technology. Yeah, that's later. Okay, so this would be the 70 degrees. So we're not doing the yellow one yet, just the green one. This still doesn't quite feel right to me. Because, so we're starting here. I guess this can feed back into itself. And then the 39, that can feed back into it. These can all feed back into themselves. Not that one, though. That's the difference. That one can. This one can't. So the 28 has to go back into the previous one. But is it accounting for that? I don't know if it is. Huh. Because that is required, so that 28 there would have to go back into this one. I think it is working, maybe? I'm not really sure. I don't know how this is all working when those are all at 100%. I feel like the matrix solver, something's bugged out here maybe. But anyway, 1.63 yellow cake to 32 uranium. What's the ratio we had for when we were making uranium this way? We only needed 0.134 yellow cake. Or no, wait, sorry, that's not right. Oh. Okay, so we need 5 yellow cake to make 10 plutonium oxide that way. But we only need 1.6 yellow cake to make it this way. Now that's something. That's something. Is the last green useful in this process? Yeah, because the final one has to be less than 10. So we need it to go, this only spits out 14, and that has to lower to 10. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but I'm pretty sure that this makes a crap ton of uranium-238 in a way that actually makes the breeder reactor thing worthwhile. I hear you, I hear you. What are we looking at here? Ah, there's more board. Alright. Just making me do that, so that way this goes a little faster. Now we're getting 3 a minute. That's a decent rate. So what we actually want to set up then is that. So the question is, how expensive is fluorine gas? I think not very. Maybe it depends. Do I get this recipe or not? I do get this recipe. Okay. So we're gonna need to steal some prepared quartz, but otherwise it's quite cheap. Oh yeah, and we get double prod in there? Heck yeah. So I'm already doing prepared quartz, right? I don't really remember how far we went. Yeah, I got prepared quartz out the wazoo. So then we are good to go with making this once I research it, I think. And that makes a crap ton of uranium-238. This still feels wrong to me. Like the count feels wrong somehow. That one's correct because it recycles back in on itself. Then this one, I think it correctly matrix solved it in the first place. And these aren't actually 100%. Or I guess it's computing by cost, so maybe it just is correct. Because it's like, well, this needs 32, which needs 32 of that, which needs 65 of that. which makes 32 of that, which is automatically lessened this cost by that amount. But then we need to make 65 of the 14. Yeah, I actually think going... It's weird, ingredient input on this one is not gonna work without fancy matrix solving and all sorts of math, but I think product input, the normal way, actually works properly here, which is really weird. Normally ingredient input is the one that you use so that you don't need a matrix solver craziness, but in this case, I think actually the normal mode makes it so you don't need matrix solver craziness because of the way the flowback works. Anyway, all that to say, this gets us, I think, far more 238 per yellow cake than the other method ever did. Because this one was, what was it? It was basically 1-to-1 almost. Whereas this is like 1-to-20. It's 20 times as much yellow cake. Or 238. And then I can use the breeder cells instead, and then I don't need to worry about 235. But overall, is that much better? Because I'm using the less efficient... I don't know if that's actually better, because I end up needing way more 238 for the breeder cell, for the Mux fuel cell one anyway. I don't actually know if that's even worth switching over. I guess we can find out. It was 1.6 yellow cake for that version. And then for this version, it is 5.3 yellow cake. So I guess it's still better. The difference here... This one's better than we think, though, because remember, we get 50% more if we upgrade the plutonium peroxide chain. All this stuff, we get a little bit more that we can do here, which would require the depleted uranium fuel cells, which would require spicy green rocks. Interesting. But, sorry, all of that was actually not about making more plutonium oxide, though we did get sidetracked by that. It was actually about making plutonium dioxide. It was actually about making this, which I now can make with that uranium hexafluoride to 238 method. And then making this gets me the spent, it's not going to show up here, I guess. That gets me the spent MOX fuel. MOX. And what were we going to do with that? Oh, yeah, it's all coming together now. This is wild. Okay, so we're gonna make that in a MOX reactor. And then the spent MOX reactor fuel. Let me just make sure, yeah, we get that nuclear power tech. So that becomes this stuff, high energy waste, salt solution, hot molten salt. Salt solution, what does that even become? This is the only thing we can do with it. Weird. Sodium carbonate out. I wonder if that's used to make lithium peroxide. Hydrogen peroxide we're already making. What is lithium hydroxide? Oof. Coated containers? Ew. We hate coated containers. There's the loop. Lithium carbonate. High energy waste is what we're looking at here, so we'll keep that there. And what is R4 solution? Yeesh. We're gonna need to make it, whatever it is. At least it's simple. What is analyte? Mother liquor. Okay. Maybe I should call that mother liqueur. It needs hot solution, huh? Hot solution in your area. What does that come from? Oh. Salt solution. But where does the first salt solution come from then? This is a loop so far. We need salt solution to come from somewhere else. There it is. Geothermal water. Gets us our initial salt solution. Because I think this is a self-sustaining loop. That's probably why it's called mother liqueur. It's like a mother dough for, you know, sourdough bread. You just keep it alive. Yeah, exactly, Dave. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, we end up getting back the same amount we put in, so that just ties together. And so it's all this other stuff getting turned into the lithium carbonate. So we do need some hot solution, which comes from salt solution, plus a couple other pieces. So that essentially is part of the loop, but we get some extra. We do have some extra salt solution. We don't use all of it. We use about half of it. Okay. That's all helpful. Now, the only reason we use about half of it is because of this prod, I think, actually. Without prod, I think it's 100%. Let's find out. I'm guessing it's actually exact C's. Yeah, it's exact C's. So the prod just helps you have some access, I guess, and save on these other resources. TBP is nice to save on. Anyway, all that to say, the high energy waste becomes, well, it actually spoils into what? What is that? Oh, it degrades into high energy waste 1. Which could become Purex concentrate. This is also interesting to me. Is that a good way to make Purex concentrate? You know what I mean? Like, I'm so curious. And that decays into ash. But like, if I was gonna make 100 Purex concentrate from this, is that like a better way to make it? Oh my gosh, who knows? I can't tell. It probably not, compared to how to make the Purex this way. Actually, no. If we're looking at 100, this is insanely expensive. Maybe it is. It is a better way. Huh. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. We need 50 centrifuges to make 100 Purex a second. Whereas this, making 100 Purex a second, is actually attainable. So actually, this is not as bad as it looks. High energy waste might be the best way to make Purex concentrate 1, which then could provide... Does Purex concentrate 1 make me? Oh, right. By itself, it's not the thing that matters. It's the antimony phosphate that matters. Okay, never mind. We did do the whole Purex chain, though. And that ends up working its way up to Purex waste and PU concentrate, and I don't even remember, all sorts of wild stuff. But not very much plutonium peroxide. It's mostly about the Purex U and the Purex raffinate, neither of which I can use yet. So Purex concentrate 1 by itself doesn't do much for me, I think. Yeah, I believe that's true. Okay, never mind. That is a good way to make Purex concentrate 1, though, if that is something you wanted to produce a lot of. Anyway, the main thing we were actually looking at was what the heck is high energy waste going to do for me in terms of other rocks, which is this, and then the Mox plutonium oxide makes all the blue rocks. So, like if I wanted, let's say 239, if I wanted 1,239 a second out of this, how much does that actually require? This seems like a good way to do it, because these numbers are all fairly low. So, and that's 1,239 a second. That's a lot of 239, and a crap ton of 238. And all of that just comes from a little bit of spent fuel, which comes from essentially the plutonium dioxide. Not to mention, we get some free power out of this, right? Like, that's 1250 molten salt. So what's the... How much power is that going to give us, for what it's worth? It's going to be... Well, the best I can do right now is the 3K. I think. Don't I get... Why is that not unlocked? I thought we could handle 3K salt. Can we not? Oh. It's tier 3 thermosolar. Okay, never mind. Wait, now I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I swear there was... Solar concentrator. Is it this one? No. This one? Oh yeah, the solar concentrator. Okay. Oh, this is not a recipe. That's so interesting. Oh, it's molten salt, not hot molten salt. That's right, that's right. It's hot temperature molten salt, but not actual item hot molten salt. Right. Okay, that's what I was... Okay, so then the thing I want to know now is, do we get... Because I assume we need this for the 3K. Oh, this gets me up to 4K. What? No. That's a cooling recipe. Apparently I can cool 3K already into 2K, so I don't need it. So I don't know where the recipe is for 3K steam, but I don't even need to worry about it. So let's just assume 3K steam. For what it's worth, which is going to be this one. And we said how much? 1250? So pressurized steam, how much is the ratio? I don't know. Pretty close to 1,000, actually. That was a good guess. Okay, so there's 1250. So we're getting 1,000 pressurized steam at 3K. How much power is that? 1/6 of 143 gigawatts. That's a lot of power. That's like 25 gigawatts or something. Okay. On top of giving us all these beautiful blue rocks, for what seems to be relatively low cost, somewhere out there, cold, hot, molten, solid salt. Yeah, exactly. It does feel like it. That's how it works. This seems like really good, right? I feel like this is all really good. This is a very good loop. We're gonna get a lot of blue rocks that I actually will need to dispose of. But overall, this feels very powerful. Unless I'm missing something, which is incredibly likely, given how complex this all is. But I think this is a really good way... Decay time is 5 minutes on that, for what it's worth. This feels like a really good way to do things. We also get some neutrons out of it, for what it's worth. I'm not even doing it for that, but we do. Yeah, this feels really powerful. Okay. So the whole idea of this, by the way, is just to have lots of 239 so that I can make fuel cells or fuel rods. And it's a lot of 238, which is what we need for science. And apparently space science needs some later as well. It's 240. By itself doesn't do much. 242, though, does do something. I believe this recipe is unlocked. Oops. Yeah. So we could also make, just by using all that 242, we can kind of get some free helium out of it, and some random 238 and a bunch of americium 243, which does what for us? We get about 7 helium. And then a bunch of americium 243, which I have no idea which ones of those. Neither of those uses are available. Only this one. Okay, so I could make some fuel rod Mark IIs, maybe. Maybe. Wait, why is that not showing up? Ingredient. There we go. No prod on these either. That's pretty brutal. So we could get some of those out, though. I'm not sure if it's worth it. These coated containers are pretty brutal. A lot of diamonds, a lot of chitosan, a lot of zinc acetate for just getting fuel rods. Given I can make, that's for 125 megajoules, 0.5. What does the 239 make? That is only one fuel rod each at 75 megajoules. So in that sense, I guess it utilizes the 242 pretty well, which is kind of nice. Huh. Is that worth it? I mean, what's the point? We're spending Diamonds and Kaido sand. Kaido sand's crazy expensive, man. It's wild. I guess it's maybe not quite that bad. It's only 0.35, but 0.7 diamonds, I feel like we only made like two diamonds a second or something. So I guess it's not terrible at this amount. I think other things are going to be using a lot more advanced coatings anyway. So maybe this is fine as a supplement to fuel rods to run Bodos. All of this is just to run Bodos. That's what's wild. We also need boron. I kind of ignored that. I don't think boron's that expensive, right? Did we even make boron yet? I feel like I remember making this, but I could be making that up. Actually, I don't think I did. Yeah, I don't think I did this. That it's difficult, but... And this is a self-sustaining loop? Is that right? What does this run off of? No. I need plutonium dioxide. So the 239 for sure we get for free. And then the 238 needs to come from the uranium hexafluoride loop thing. Okay, so I mean at some point I think I want to set all that up. And then we have kind of an infinite flow of all the blue rocks that we want. Does 241 turn into anything useful by itself? I don't think so. Not really, no. And it never decays. But the 242 we can turn into fuel rod Mark IIs. The 238. Maybe I just let it decay into... What does it decay into? 234. Which I can't really use. And that decays into uranium oxide, which then decays into ash. But what's actually interesting about that is that would give me the 238 that I need. 7.5238. That would almost be enough. Plus that. It would be a long decay route. I guess it's only an hour and a half. Wait, no, an hour and a half to decay into this one, which is then a 50-minute. Okay, so it's only about 2.5 hours for it to wrap back around. Oh, but then that's to oxide, which I don't have this recipe yet. That needs prod psi. So once we're in prod psi, we could do that loop. Can't do that yet, though. Anyway, I gotta move on. We're almost done with episode 1 here, and I've just been looking at nuclear stuff again. This nuclear stuff is actually really cool. I love how complex it gets and how many options there are, even just at Pi 3 science. Do I need to do any of those things yet? Not really. The thing I did want to look at, though, because we are making TBP somewhere, right? Yeah, we're making it up here. What's up, Sviplet? Thanks for the sub. 1,000 science run. I do 1,000 game time run, yes. What I do want to look at is the 2 ways to make TBP. Because we're about to unlock this one, and is it better? Butanol is 33 apiece. So this is more butanol per. It's more pyridine per. It just removes the benzene and phosphoric acid. I feel like we looked at this and it's just bad, right? Because it's more pyridine and butanol. Butanol is just propene, though. But pyridine's not Pyridine's probably the most expensive part of this. So why would we not just keep doing this recipe? Yeah, that's right. That's really weird, you know, that the later unlocked recipe is, like, less efficient. Maybe somebody out there thinks that the benzene and the phosphoric acid is worth saving, but that feels ridiculous to me. I mean, the crafting time is the biggest difference. It's much faster crafting, but in the world of beacons and modules, I just don't see that being the issue here. So, anyway. Anyway, back to LTN. We need some more silver lead dust, I think, and we need some more guar. We are running out of guar here. Also, condensates? Really? Oh, wait. I should go to channel 1. Condensates are low. Huh. I guess we're always requesting condensates, though, just to consume them. But that's on channel 1. Do I want that to be on channel 1? I mean, I'm providing on channel 1. I just don't like things ending up as red in the inventory when they're not really red. But this whole station exists to trash condensates. We're actually voiding the gas here. Maybe we should redo this so that it backs up. If we have all the outputs. Maybe this should back up if we're full on naphtha and BTX and tailings. Maybe there should be a condition to stop using the condensates. Huh. Maybe that's the way to do it. Because otherwise, I'm running all this, and then I'm shipping condensates here for no reason. All of the condensates should have an overflow wherever they're being sent. And running this loop just to trash refined natural gas doesn't make any sense. So I guess what we need to do is we need to add in a combinator here that measures if we have enough I don't even remember where the naphtha is going, probably to here. Yeah. So if this naphtha is greater than a certain amount, plus the BTX, which apparently I'm only using as fluid fuel. So I don't really care too much about the BTX, but we might as well, because we're getting so much of it, we might as well measure it as well here. You just do it this way, and then I can do it this way. And then that way I can measure that. Plus the naphtha. And go down here. Okay. So that's BTX plus naphtha plus we want to measure the natural gas here. And those are the only outputs, right? Between the two parts of the loop. I mean, there's steam. I don't care about steam. So, yeah. So if we have enough of all three, I need to stop using the condensates. Which, from what I can tell, I can just have a pump here that is disabled. So this is enabled if green... well, we're disabling it, so if red is positive, or if red is 0, then you'll output the stop signal if all of these things have enough of them. Okay. That feels reasonable to me. I don't really care about the BTX, but we'll say 25,000 just to prove that we have fluid fuel. 200,000 there and 200,000. We'll make it like 180. No, I'll make it 150 even, because this is a backup tank. There's a pump out of it already. So this way, when a train comes to pick stuff up, it doesn't immediately become false. So now this pump will be off, and that means we won't be requesting condensates. Which means we're not wasting gasoline and power and all of this processing for literally just dumping stuff. And as soon as any of these drops below the threshold, it just kicks back on again. Okay, so that fixes that, I believe. And then we can move on to fixing silver lead dust. That's gonna require the lead mine, and then I think we'll be done with it. I think they're called lead reserves, maybe. Yeah. So this one is doing what it can. Got a decent amount of beaconage on it already. So then I guess we would just copy this. Or wait, these are not keeping up. What's the hang up here? Hang up is we're only using 2/3 of the mine. We need more impact crushing and the lead grade 2 recycling. Wait, what is it? I need 1? 2 impact crushers. 1. Okay. So it's these right here. So that's a 5-1. That's a 5-1. So these 3 need a different beacon. So I guess we could do a 4 something. How close is the secondary crusher to being limited? The secondary crusher is fine. It's at 73%. I think a 4. I just really want to put it right there because then it hits. That should be fine. And then I can do this. But that was filtered on that. And then throw those there. Okay, so what does that get us? That gets us to 75% of the mine is getting used. It's a little better. That's not that much better. Because that's still a 4-1. Make it like a 4-3. Gets us to 80% of the mine being used. That's closer. Need silver lead dust. What's up, Salsa? How's it going? But yeah, I just need to copy this to another lead reserve. Where's the closest one to my base? Oof. Well, can I easily fix this? I think so. It can be a little rough. I think having only right turns out of here is acceptable. And I think we can just reroute this guy. And then, yeah. Alright. So that should do it. And then signal. Yeah, I think that's all fine. And then we can remove this little section here. Depower off this. Desulfurization units. Might need a little bit of speed. I don't know. I'll just throw a beacon here. Make sure that's not going too slow. And now we need drill heads and a provider. So the requester here might have enough space. 23. Nope. Actually doesn't. Without a station control anyway. I really am just requesting 20 stacks of everything. Wild. Okay. We'll do a station control with like 5 stacks of drill heads. $29 is cutting it pretty close, but I'm okay with that. Will be filtered. Just use undergrounds to make it like we're never here. Alright, I know I said I was going to be done with this episode, but the stream episodes end up feeling like they're just going to be longer, and that's fine. Okay, so there's that, and then the lead ore needs to get combined with this whole system. Copy that directly. And this whole system will go over here because there's plenty of space. And the lead is going to be stacked, so that's fine. Just put it here. Is one lane enough, though? I guess that's the question. Yeah, I was wondering the same thing about the undergrounds, but I figured since they were red undergrounds, they should be fine. If they were yellows, that might have been a problem. Anyway, one lane of this is only 37.5. How fast is this one? Actually, it's just about right. So let's say it's good enough. Because it's not using 100% of it anyway. As we know, it's only using 80%. So one lane actually is fine. And then that'll go. Okay. Unfortunately, we can't fit this perfectly into our base just because that's how the cookie crumbles with where the lead reserves are. And I could have maybe cared about that a little sooner, but I didn't. And then we gotta paste in beacons for mine. Might break. We'll have to find what we can do for these guys. It'll probably break that. And then we gotta filter on drill heads, and we'll be good to go. Not connect to this. Or no, I did. Wait, why is it not ordering drill heads? Are we out of drill heads? Did it already do it and I missed it? No, there's no drill heads in here. Weird. Out of drill heads? Of all times to run out of drill heads, it was right now? Maybe it's because I don't have enough buffer for drill heads. Yeah, I only have 1,000. I guess that's the problem. Let's fix this. And then break that. This is all very old-fashioned. Old-fashioned sushi at that. All right. Okay, so drill heads less than, we'll say 2400. A little bit of a better number. And then we actually have a buffer. Okay, so yeah, we do have enough drill heads. It's more just a timing issue. And where's this new lead? Over here. So the drill heads go on to there. I think that's done. That was there. This will then be fueled. Yeah. It's the 4, that's the problem. But 3 would also be a problem. That's kind of annoying. I guess I can move this over here, and that should fix the conflict. Okay. And then this, assuming everything's set up correctly, we'll just hashtag work, and then we get our silver lead dust provided. This is not a multi-provider, so I need another provider. Is there a better station I could use? Uh-oh. Wait, I don't redo that. I thought I accidentally right-clicked on something and deconstructed it. Is no close by provider station. Alright. Make a new one. Better. I think it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Is going to be silver lead. Or lead dust. Can I find it that way? Yeah. 4,000 of it. And then should do it. Now the real question is, can our silver and lead facility handle all of this? And I'm guessing the answer is no, but we'll wait until the deficiencies reveal themselves, one thing at a time. I think this is all good to go. Okay, there's the drill heads. There's the lead ore. Make sure this all works before I finish the episode. And then, yeah, from there, quality Ulrich food is low. And guar is low. Probably because quality Ulrich food needs guar. That's what I'm guessing. Yep, guar gum. So guar gum is currently the issue. We can slightly improve guar gum right now by making these a bit faster. Actually, twice as fast. So that's nice. And these are Mark II plantations. Do I have the next guar? Oh, I already have stage 2. Interesting. I'm about to get stage 3. Why did I not choose to do stage 2 when I set it up? I wonder. So stage 2. Wait. I did set it up as stage 2. Why am I not using stage 2? What's going on here? Yeah, it's just sand, ash, lamps. They're all cheap things I don't care about. Did I not have it researched when I set this up? How long ago did I set up guar? Huh. I also didn't set up sushi here or something. So that's going to be a problem that we're going to have to fix. Alright, we're going to fix this in the next episode. But we're going to be improving upon the guar. Crazy. We also might need a little beacon. Of course, that's annoying. Like really in the way too. It's gonna be hard to put that somewhere else. I guess. Because we're almost certainly gonna need a beacon in these guar seed makers. The metal band guar? Never heard of it. And then, yeah, we'll work on this in the next episode. And then let's just double check that this new silver lead dust is producing silver lead dust, and it is. Perfect. Okay. Nice. All right, sweet. So more silver lead dust, more understanding around the nuclear chain, and some more Guar Mark II, and I feel like I did a couple other small things that I've already forgotten. And yeah, here we are. Oh yeah, we figured out the condensates limitation, so we're not wasting condensates. Progress is happening. So we'll call that a YouTube episode there. If you're here live, I'm still going to be streaming. Don't go anywhere. And for those of you from the YouTubes, the recorded YouTubes, not the live YouTubes, I'll see you guys in the next one. What icon should I, or screenshot should I use for this? I've done very little actual stuff. I guess it would be this. More silver lead. That was the biggest thing we did. It was mostly me geeking out over nuclear again. I'm still very intrigued by all of the nuclear. Yeah, your comment was half a second too late to get into the recording. Because this is a lot of the blue rocks. It costs none of the plutonium peroxide, but there's not a good way to make a ton of the plutonium peroxide to convert the blue rocks. Maybe eventually you get enough of the... Where's the... This one. I don't know. Because Purex Concentrate 1 just does not create very much. There's only a couple ways to... Yeah, I think you just do the neutron stuff later. You bombard it with neutrons is probably the way to convert rocks into each other. For now, I think it's gonna mostly just be having a lot of extra blue rocks. You could also maybe combine different recipes to try to make the ratios better, but I don't know if that's gonna be worth it. We will be able to convert away all the 241s. That's a very small amount of 241s. So I will be able to convert all those into 239s and 240s. The 242s we can purely convert into fuel rods. So then we're going to be left with a bunch of 240s and 238s. Because the 239s make fuel rods, the 242s make fuel rods, the 241s we can get rid of. So then we end up with 240s and 238s. And the 240s by themselves take 100 hours to decay, which is unfortunate. So I think we're just gonna stock them up. That's a lot of 240s though. That's unfortunate. There's really nothing you can do with it. I mean, I could burn them. That feels a little bit like cheating, though. I'm gonna not burn them. These in particular, I feel like burning them is not fair. The 238s also, I can't do anything with, but they spoil faster. So that's fine, because those end up spoiling into ash. So it's really going to be the 240s. I'm just going to have to build a bunch of warehouses and store them up until I get to this recipe, which I believe was broadside, right? Yeah. Or no. This one. Neutron plus 240 makes 241. And then you're going to have to do neutron plus 241 to make 242. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Guar, yellow cake, again, is an issue. Just make sure we're still making the amount of yellow cake. Yeah, we're still making more. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go heat up my pancakes. I'm gonna take a quick break here. No. I don't have my quick break image. Where did it go? Huh. How can I take a break? I don't have the quick break image. I have no idea where it is stored on my computer. Gotta try to find it. There. In my giant thumbnails folder that has thousands of files. Really funny. It's somewhere on my computer, but I don't know where. So adding it back in is going to be tricky. Ah, found it. Haha! Alright. Stretch. Okay, should I let the base run? Sure, why not? You guys can keep an eye on it for me. Alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right. So, let's see. Start a little timer here so I don't forget about said pancakes, because that would be a problem. What do we do for a couple minutes while we wait for pancakes to heat up? What's a small thing we can do? Oh, I mean, could work on the guar. That feels like a bigger thing though. I guess we could pre-prepare a few things. Like, do we have lamps here already? Love lamp. We have a small amount of lamps. Maybe I need a bigger amount of lamps. So, for the same amount... well, how many buildings do I have? Let's get that figured out. I have 12. That's almost exactly 10 guar a second. Look at that. 11 buildings needed. How much was I producing before? What would that be? I was producing about 3 a second. That's not very much. 2.6 after seed subtraction. So then that'll get me up to about... Wow, this is like tripling my guar for 0.8 lamps a second. And some ash. Very worth it. I don't know why we didn't have this going already. I truly don't. It looks like I already have a belt prepared for this eventuality, actually. And I even already have lamps imported right here, so I don't know why I also did lamps over there. We're gonna ignore that. And so all I need is lamps and ash, right? So I literally set this up for recipe. I must have just not had it researched yet. Past Krydax knew what he was doing, because I don't need to do anything here. That's literally it. I'm done. Change this over. Uh-oh, didn't actually want to do that yet. Well, you know what, you bots are screwing me over here. Okay. Just for now, we need to keep a few buildings normal. Alright. What is this inserted in? Honestly, I have no idea. Alright, storage, guar. Okay, so now we're at 8.224, which not really being processed fast enough. I might need a couple more of these, actually, just because these buildings are kind of slow. So we're gonna have to do a little snakesy here. Loop back around here, and then the extra seeds are gonna have to do a snakesy. It's gonna be a little bit trickier. Can we go across the building, over the river, and through the woods to grandmother's house? Shall go. Up, over, under, up, and over. Wow. Gross. Thanks, I hate it. Alright. And we actually need... to the point where we're going to need some on the close side, too. We'll do... let's see, 2 close... and then that's far, and those are far. Okay. That should all work nicely. Alrighty, I believe Guar recipe 2 is taken care of. What's Guar recipe 3 for what it's worth? It needs pesticides. Alright. So 2 lamps goes to 4 lamps. So lamp ratio is the same. Ash gets cheaper. Course fraction gets added, but is very cheap relatively. 6 course fractions, not a lot. Sand goes way up from 8 to 48. Soil gets way cheaper. It goes from 40 down to 20. Seeds stay the same. Water stays the same. We add in carbon dioxide. So we add in a crap ton of sand, a little bit of course fraction, carbon dioxide, and pesticide. There's 3 new ingredients. That's a lot, on top of one of them going way up in cost. Though I think I'd rather have, I don't know, sand is pretty cheap, but 48 sand? That's a lot of sand. It's triple the sand cost per guar. Same lamp cost. Saving on ash, but ash is not expensive. Though, at some point, sand might be easier to make than ash, so I don't know. Same guar bean cost. This is mostly about speed, and then you'll have to get some pesticides, which I'm not making. At some point, we need to make pesticides. But yeah, guar, overall guar rate should be up. Yeah, we were solid at about 100 a minute. Now we are at 350 a minute. Nice. That's a huge boost. Okay. Massive boost there. And it's only going to get better. Okay. How are pancakes doing? Pancakes are maybe getting there. Let me check on them real quick. They still need at least 5 more minutes. Alright, so what else can we do? We can ask ourselves, do I actually have enough soil? The answer's barely. I'm gonna upgrade a couple of these. Upgrade the sand one. We don't have an issue there. The inserter here should be good. Those are stacked, so they should be good. Guar gum. That building should be fast enough. Okay. I think we're fine on all that. Liquid nitrogen block is going to be really easy. We're lucky we already have gasoline somewhere here. I do. Fortunately. Do I have it over here? All oil. Wait, light oil. What is this from? Where's this light oil coming from? Me breaking down tar. Oh, right. I can just get gasoline from tar. Earlier I was looking at light oil loops, and I forgot that tar can make that. That is pretty strong. We are literally getting free stuff here. So I think what I'm gonna do... Alright, hear me out. I think what we're gonna do here is we're gonna... First of all, we're gonna get a beacon to hit all this. And it'll be a 2, 3 to start, and then we're gonna do gasoline from light oil, which actually is the aromatics icon. There it is. And that's free gasoline. And then the liquid nitrogen is made in a what? Made in a compressor. Oh, there's a timer. So compressor. Oop. Still within range of the beacon there. Oh, do I really need 3 of these? I will do 2 of them. Okay, so this is going to be pretty gasoline limited here. But that's why we're going to upgrade all this stuff to make it faster. I can not prod that, not prod that. 37, so we'll need like 2 of these probably. H. And then the gasoline. Actually, I wanted to go the other way. The aromatics are just going to get hooked up to this one because they're already getting dumped if they need to get dumped. So that should work out properly. And then the light oil just gets fed directly from those. The water here... Oh, we need like a lot of water. I need a pump jack Mark II. Don't need those very often, but 1,000 water a second will get me to make one. Especially when that's going to need to be beaconed as well. We'll do 2 of these with speed modules. Should get fast enough. 0.7k, yeah. And then we go down. Oh, again, I want to go to the right side so I can expand to the left side. And over for the water. No prod on any of this, right? Okay. And then finally, the nitrogen itself. Come from these guys. Now there's a 3-2 affecting all of those buildings. Let's make it a 3-4 first of all. Then let's upgrade at least 8 of them, and then those will get modules. And we can go from there if we still need more liquid nitrogen, but that is hopefully going to be enough. And then the nitrogen is over here. I will overflow this just because I want to make sure that we have niobium always, and we're not lacking niobium because we're out of liquid nitrogen for the rest of the base. Because niobium goes in a lot of stuff, it's pretty important. And then the steam, I'm just gonna flat out ignore. We will exhaust vent. And then we've got liquid nitrogen. And now that needs to get into a provider somewhere. Perfect, right here. I'm gonna go bigger though. Okay. And you are liquid nitrogen. And this is especially useful for things that either use a small amount of liquid nitrogen or they just don't recycle the liquid nitrogen. Because previously we've used a lot of loops, but not every liquid nitrogen thing actually has a loop, so... This will allow for what should be 2 light oil, gives us 37 gasoline, gives us 37 liquid nitrogen a second. That's probably going to be enough. Only vented steam on one building, indeed. Thank you for that. And I believe that should do it. As long as... Is this channel 1? -10 priority shouldn't matter because it's going to be the only source of liquid nitrogen. And... that's stuck until the bot comes with that belt. Or pipe. And then I shall check on... for ore providing. Check on my pancakes. Yeah, there we go. Liquid nitrogen basically for free. Yeah, I mean, it's just from tar, so that's costing me nothing. What's the hold up here the most? It might be nitrogen, to be honest. Yeah, it's going to be the nitrogen anyway, so I'm not going to worry about making it faster just yet. For now, the nitrogen is the issue. Oh, and the compressed air. Let me get some more of that. Or sorry, is it pressurized air? Not compressed air? I feel like compressed air would be a slightly more standard terminology for it. Same thing, but you just hear the word compressed air thrown a lot. I don't hear the word pressurized air thrown around a lot. And then currently, these are, what? I had tier 2 DDCs. That will slightly help. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely not going to have 700 nitrogen a second without a lot more expanding. So that is all fine. Wow, we actually do need most of those 8 pressure pumps to make 300. Okay. Cool. Liquid nitrogen is a go. Alright, I did see a couple alarms go off randomly too, which is interesting. I'll be right back. You know, they're still a little bit doughy, and I don't want them to be doughy, so... we are gonna check that off the list. We'll have to remind ourselves to show the YouTube recording plebeians that we did that. Off-camera work there. Alright, how's Guar looking? Guar is vastly improved over the 100 a minute. But why are we seeing a downwards trend here? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, because we are at a... wait, I thought I checked soil. Oh, I did, but... the problem is... I was about to say that some of it's going to sand. But that's not even the problem. The problem is we're not making enough water. Because that also is a thing. That matters. I still don't know what the most cost-effective way is to do all this. Like, should I put modules in these? Should I build a beacon? Because then that costs power. And the beacon costs resources, but it's cheaper than a bunch of modules. I never really know for sure what the best route is here. because I never did a full analysis on. But I think we came to the conclusion that a beacon is relatively close to one module in cost, right? Modules are kind of expensive. Maybe I was wrong about that. But if a beacon saves you like multiple modules, I think it's usually worth it. And the power is insignificant enough, I just don't care. Is that even enough water? Yes, but barely. That means I should add more. Okay, hopefully that fixes the soil issue. According to PRCE, we are fine on sand, but soil's actually close to being limited anyway. So we're gonna upgrade. Oh, we did upgrade. Why don't we just upgrade the final two then and call it a day? And then check on our pancakes. Calling it good enough. And then a little bit of whipped cream here. Alright, ask me anything. Man, the offer to ask me any— oh no! This is why I have the camera off. I just dropped my fork in my lap, covered in whipped cream and pancake. You could ask me anything. You could ask me the secret to the Collatz conjecture, and I would answer. Yeah, it wouldn't be correct. Isn't that one of— I'm just saying words. Isn't that one of the like millennium problems or whatever? Still unsolved in math? Something like that. Oh, Dave, they're gonna surprise us with something. They've been hyping this so hard. And remember when Druid came out of nowhere and it wasn't even in the release stream? Oh no, sorry. Not Druid. What was it? It was the Disciple of Varashta Ascendancy that they didn't even have in the, you know, in the thing, and then like 2 days or like less than a week before it released, they were like, oh, by the way, we're just adding a whole Ascendancy in this release. I think they're gonna do something like that as well. I don't know if it'll be a whole class. I do think they're not gonna do the class, but I do secretly hope they do. I do wonder if they were really trying to get it out and they just didn't put it in the announcement because they weren't 100% sure. And that, like, they knew correctly that if they failed on that it would be a really bad thing. So I think there's a chance that we get it just because they were like, oh, we're about 80% confident we can complete the duelist by the time we release, but we don't want that 20% to ruin our world, so we won't announce it. I do think that's possible, but I don't know if it's like the most. I think they will surprise us with something big, though. Maybe not as big as the class. That's my theory. The whole thing is already incredible, though. And how about those changes to Gimling? That's freaking cool. We're talking about Path of Exile 2, by the way, for anyone that's lost. The Gimling Legionnaire is now going to be, like, played by a ton of people because it has unique effects. You know, it's like, it's kind of similar to what's it called? Well, I guess it's kind of like the bonded runes, but I think it's a lot more interesting than that. The bonded runes, they need to figure out a way to fix the bloat on the trade site where it makes everything show all the bonded effects on every search. You should be able to have a checkbox when you search for items that's by default unchecked to not show the bonded modifiers, because they just get in the way of everything. It's a cool idea. I was realizing, I was looking it up yesterday or something, the different bonded modifiers, and I was like, why is this not that exciting to me? And the reason is because the bonded modifiers are locked in to matching with another modifier, right? So like you can't mix and match the bonded modifiers and the regular modifiers from runes. So you you do get additional random bonuses from the bonded modifiers, but you can't really cherry pick them because you're kind of, I mean, overall they're not quite as strong as the main modifiers of an augment, and so generally you're picking augments for their main effects and then you're just getting additional bonded modifiers. And so that's why they're not quite as exciting. Whereas, you know, with something like the Gimling for quality, I would argue you don't generally pick skills for their quality effects currently. Like, I did a Gimling that was focused on spears this last league, and I mean, some of the spear quality effects are good, but for the most part, quality is just kind of a mediocre bonus on a skill. But I think now some of these new Gimling effects are going to be such that it's like, oh, this skill actually does something significantly better with this new Gimling quality, and now I'll use that instead. And so it actually might change your choices. And I think that's what's interesting. Because I would argue the bonded modifiers, while they're kind of cool, they don't really change your choices that much. At least as I was looking through them, I didn't see many that felt like they would. And yeah, Chronomancer, I actually don't think it's going to be that incredible still. I just think it's viable now, because that defensive node is huge. So now it's like survivability is massively boosted, and that helps you gear more towards offense, obviously. So just overall, that's just a big power level spike. And then the being able to do the time freeze plus the time snap and focus more on cooldown reduction, which is now going to be something we can focus more on gear, because previously cooldown reduction was hard to get, and I think it's going to be a little easier in this patch because of the, you know, the what are they called? The omen, whatever it is you apply to a piece of gear, and then you can roll different modifiers on it. And they showed us a version of that had cooldown reduction on gloves. Like, now that we can do stuff like that, we can make cooldowns a lot smaller. And then we can focus on builds that use skills that have cooldowns, which I think is cool. Like, I really want to make my Frozen Orb Sorceress. I want to make that a thing. But Eye of Winter has a 10-second cooldown. And it's like, unless I can get that down to like 2 seconds somehow, it's not really going to work. So that's my hope. because that was my favorite build in Diablo 2. I loved Frozen Orb. Just running the cow level over and over again, killing thousands of cows with Frozen Orb. So fun. Alright, I'm almost done with my breakfast. Thank you all for your patience. Finally, more solar needed, huh? I wondered when this day was going to show up. Thankfully, there's an easy fix. I don't even need to fix it. I have 10 gigawatts more of power right here, or 15 or whatever. I forget how much power this is. What is this? 1K salt. Translates to slightly less steam. Like 800 steam. Yeah, it's about 10, maybe even 12 to 14 gigawatts. 12.21 gigawatts. Okay, I am back. Let me grab a reheat and refill on coffee, run to the restroom, and we will get back to the next episode, which I think will be another normal episode, and then I'll do the base tour and milestones after that. Yeah, 2 hours reading patch notes tonight? Heck yes, let's do it. Okay, let's do this. Hello everyone, and welcome back to pYanodon's Season 3. We are still doing our live stream here. I did a couple things between episodes, including eating some pancakes, which was great. But I did do the liquid nitrogen build here. I found randomly this thing that we built forever ago where we're turning tar into free stuff. So I kind of upgraded this a little bit so it makes more free stuff, including light oil, which makes gasoline. And then I'm using that gasoline to power the liquid nitrogen. And that's nice because it's right next to here, which I upgraded a little bit with some modules, more air. And so now we're just making a bunch of liquid nitrogen, which goes here into a provider. Nothing too crazy there. That's kind of standard how we've done stuff before. And yeah, that's all there is to it. We also babysat Guar a little bit, and I think we're getting close to being done with modules here. Oh, I had to upgrade Guar a little bit. That's what I did. We didn't have enough soil because we didn't have enough water, and we also have soil going to sand, which I had forgotten about. So between those two things, I needed a little bit more. But Guar is going up. Wait, no, it's going down. What's happening? What are we out of now? Oh, we have enough guar. Well, that's a good problem. Oh, I see. Okay. I need one of those reverse splitters. Can I have one of those reverse splitters? What do I do here? What's the best play? Probably this. Are those slower? Those are slower. Upgrade all this, and then do that. I might need to just stack the guar seeds. This is kind of crazy. But yeah, we just need more guar gum is the problem. Need so many seeds. What I really should do is be smart about this. Why don't I actually stack the guar seeds, and then I'll just split from here, and then I can just do output priority left, and that's fine. And then this can just do that, and that works fine too. Then we have a little bit of an easier time, and then we'll just stack this, and then I don't have to worry about rates, which is much easier. Okay, perfect. Yeah, 500 hours of gameplay on this map. Exactly, B. Jonas. It is not going to be me streaming for 500 hours. I hadn't even considered that interpretation. That is a wild idea. Oh my gosh, how many days is that? That's 40 days. I know some people have done a 1 month stream, just in, I don't even know what about, but I just know people have done it. You know, obviously they sleep on stream, but 40 days of streaming, that's wild. If I got paid enough, I'd do it, you know, like if it was like, oh, I'm basically taking a month off of life, but I'm making like absurd amounts of money, you know, that's one thing, but no, I do not get paid enough for that. You know, imagine if you were making like even, let's just imagine you were making an average of 20 bucks an hour awake and 10 bucks an hour asleep. What would the math be on that? I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not, Kisel, but like genuinely people who do those like a 24-hour live stream, obviously you could do without sleep. But once you start going multiple days, you have to sleep at some point. And literally people don't want to turn off the stream, so they just keep streaming. At some point, sometimes people have to stop and start the stream again because of digital issues, but anyway. So let's say you made $20 an hour awake. Let's say you only slept like 6 hours a night because, you know, your adoring fans want your time. So you're doing 18, and then you're doing 10 times, you know, there's still people following while you're sleeping. And if you really are masochistic, you would have the ability for people to like spend bits to like do things, like play sounds like while you're sleeping to make your sleep worse. But that, you know, that's really wild. So you're making $420 a day, blaze it, and you do that for 30 days. You know, yeah, if you could make, you know, 12 or 13 grand in a month by just existing on a live stream, I think you'd probably do it too. I probably would. I don't know, would I? That's a pretty big sacrifice. I would if I didn't have a couple real-life commitments at the time, like right now. There are a couple real-life things that I like have to do that I couldn't miss. I'd be very, like, it would be stupid to miss. But once those commitments are done, like, yeah, why not? Alright, anyway, what are we doing here? So we improved our guar gum. Is it enough? I think is the real question. I don't really know. It's going to be hard to kind of figure out. We were making 4.5-ish. Now I'm making 12-ish. So if I'm smart, I put this back here, and then I don't have to worry about that. And then I still don't understand why these can't have Oh, you know, I wonder if I maybe do understand. I was gonna say why they can't have modules, but I think the reason might be because there are recipes that accept productivity in these because of turd reasons. And so if these buildings had module slots, but you can make it so a building doesn't accept prod modules, but the recipes can still be prodded. So I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. Maybe it's just a flavor thing because it's plants and you can't speed up plants, but because I think the turd reasons that if you configure things properly aren't the reason. But I could be wrong. Anyway, 5-1 is not what I wanted here. I want 5-2. Okay, so overall we are getting about 27 seeds, which is gonna be an issue. I need to just make this a loader, and that'll be fine. Okay, so this is maximum guar gum production. How much gum do we need for the food? It's 1 gum for 7.2 food, so not that much. Still a decent amount though, given this cost 100, well, I guess 50 guar gum each. So we are spending about 7 guar seeds per bulwark food-ish. Alright, so more solar alarm has gone off, which means we can grab our solar blueprint. Did I put that somewhere, or am I just copy-pasting these days? I think I was copy-pasting. Super chill. I literally think I just do this, and then I can do this. I don't need double copies of those, and I just let the rest happen. It did put landfill under those, right? Yeah. Everything else should be good to go. Do I have lamps over here at all? I don't remember if I did, but let's throw in some lamps just in case I want to look at it at night. And there's 5 gigawatts. Just let it happen. Let it happen. We're probably there. Nope, not quite. Very close. Oh, I just need like 8 more. Or 6 more or something. Okay, cool. So we did the liquid nitrogen. I checked it off the list. So fiberglass is next. Plus maybe dealing with something we find in here. Like, is acetylene actually a problem? The answer is no, it's just a delivery thing. Okay. Biosample, is that actually a problem? Oh, okay, that actually is. Let me look into biosamples. Can we prod this? I can't remember. We can definitely upgrade these. No, we cannot prod, so then speed is the obvious choice. So that more than doubles my speed. Hopefully that's enough. And then why don't I upgrade this as well as... Why are we limiting it to 4K in the first place? Let's just let it run. It's a single provider, so no reason to limit. And I'll just presume we have enough pressurized water. Yes, definitely. Okay. Now is this fast enough? 2 a second. I think this will be fast enough with the beacon here. But I'll make that a 4.2 just in case. I don't think that breaks anything. It needs to be... We can prod liquid manure, I just realized that. I don't think I need to. I have plenty. That is kind of interesting. Read this. Okay. I'll put a to-do timer here so we remember to check on biosamples. Apart from that, we should be done with Guar 2. Perfect. Now we're just waiting a million years for this to fill up, and that will be enough to upgrade to Guar 3 eventually. And I'll slowly increase this when I remember to, so that we don't need to make tons of great samples at the same time. All right. All of that put together. What's our science at? We haven't looked at science. We're at 3,000? Okay. Oh, that's apparently the limit. Maybe I can be a little more smart about this. Let's grab one of these guys. What is that, 150 slots? That's actually no more slots than that. Crap. Hey, Ironbound, thanks for the follow. What's the way to do this then? I guess I'm just doing this. Not the most creative, but it works. And then we'll work on fiberglass. Also, how's our thermosolar coming? Pretty good, it looks like. Saline water barrels not being delivered. That actually seems to be a problem. Why are we... But I don't see it as a negative, so that's even more confusing. What? Okay. Oh, maybe because it's trash unrequested? It's not having a -1? Maybe? I don't actually know exactly how that works. Anyway, biosamples. Acetylene. Yeah, where's the saline water barrel situation? Oh, I have it set up at the tar quenching. So why is this all stopped? This tailings is full. Didn't we set up a void for tailings that turn? Yeah, we're supposed to... Whoa. What is going on there? Yikes. I think I did that wrong. I think it's supposed to be like that. I think that's supposed to be 0. Yeah, I think I double mistaked on that. I think this was supposed to be an SR latch that outputs tailings as an SR latch situation. Or voids tailings. Yeah, and then does that. Yeah, that's correct. And saline voids... It's blue. What does blue mean? Oh gosh. Okay, I actually don't remember what any of this is doing. So blue... Blue and lots of gold makes green. What is all this? We're outputting green here. This is for a different green. This green is to burn gold. This green is the burn gold signal. Okay. So that's fine. I have a burn gold signal. But why are we... As far as venting these things, they're all just venting when they're too high. Okay. Why did I do an SR latch for tailings but not for the others? And I guess I wanted it to be higher than 90% for overflow, but I don't know, I could just use an overflow valve. I don't need circuit conditions here. Because all of these are just basic running when the thing is high. So I don't know. Let's... This is weird. We'll just go at 90%. But yeah, I think that was the issue. I don't know exactly what happened there. But mistakes were made. So now, what I don't want though is for it to all run forever. Because these are all getting voided. So we're running this if we're low on gold as well. So then we only burn gold if blue is 0. Or. But blue is only 0. What is going on here? Blue is only 0. Saline more than 100. Why can't I just measure saline? Do you guys have any idea what's going on here? Why am I doing this blue equals 0 and gold is high? Because isn't that what this is doing? I burn gold if saline is low, I burn gold if tailings is low, and I burn gold if flue gas is low. If any of them are low, I burn gold. What is this blue signal for? This blue signal is saying if I have plenty of saline, we won't burn gold on this condition. But blue equaling 0 is the same as just... Is it a different saline condition? Is that why we're doing it? Oh, I know. Sorry. I get it now. Where's the saline signal coming from? Actually. New question. Where's that saline signal coming from? Like the input of 75k. Because... Oh, it's this one. Okay. Got it. Oh yeah, we just have 3 providers. Right, because just because this is full... Yeah, the blue is about these being full. So that actually is all correct. All right. That was because of this. That's what I added when I did this. This is all related. It's all part of the same system. So anyway, I think we're good there. Wow, crazy. Okay. So that's good. This is running. There's salt. It will eventually catch up. Oh, what I didn't do is connect the output here. Make sure we don't deal with pipe extent problems, so we'll do that. And then that should eventually get me more solar power. Oh, I just realized that's going to create... Yeah, we have to have one on the back here. This. There we go. Alright. That should do it. And fiberglass. Alright, how much fiberglass do we need? You know, another thing I didn't do... I think I talked about this. We're going to need more than just electronics, Mark III. If we look at modules... We also need control panels and utility boxes. I did mention this. Yeah, we looked at this. Mostly the bio batteries. Which aren't that bad. Lithium neobate is the main thing. Are we already doing lithium neobate in here? I can't remember. I think so. The other thing is there's no mechanical parts to it in any of this, is there? Which is a bit odd. Huh. Or mechanical parts 3, I mean. Mechanical parts 2 we already have. Oh, never mind. Right. Okay. That's fine. That confused me when I saw mech parts 2. So module 2. How's it going, Jetto? Use a control panel. Additional small parts, bio battery. Bio batteries are the alien bacteria, lithium neobate, boron, helium, lithium chloride. Oh, and we already needed the lithium hydroxide for the other stuff. So I guess I'll need that for both things. Okay. But I mean, electronics are there for modules, so I should just put the module as the thing I'm making. I don't know why I didn't do it this way from the beginning. So what alarm is going off? That's the real question. For a minute. Let's go for 0.4 minutes, 120, 50 an hour. More than enough. Okay. Yeah, this is how I should have done it. And then our alarm is telling me that we should check on all the bio sample stuff here. Is it all working? I should make these inserters blue. Biosamples, yes, have been boosted greatly. What are they getting consumed by? Like, what's picked up the pace that's now consuming biosamples? I'm not spotting it directly. Is it great samples? Oh, it might be the propeptides. Or neuroprocessors. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably one of those. Because everything else is just a one-time cost, I think. What's up, Gravy? You're trying to do red circuits, but it's very hard. Yeah, red circuits are a big step up. We're actually working our way towards blue circuits. So that is where we are at now. Speaking of blue circuits, I think fiberglass is kind of our next thing. But I did want to add in, I guess, utility box and control panel. Oof. Make this even more ugly. Control to the top, control to the top. Oh, make that at the bottom. Okay, so then we're gonna have bio batteries as a block, I guess. And neobate. Does that go in anything else? I feel like we already looked at this. It does. Okay. So that needs its own block. Which science pack are we at? We're in Pi 3. Middle of Pi 3. Chloride, lithium carbonate. Oh, this is that mother liqueur one. That's right. So we're gonna need this whole loop. And then sodium carbonate can be made a few ways. I think we already have it, actually, don't we? Yes. Yeah, I already have sodium carbonate. Coated containers. Are those already... Did we already do those in here? I swear we might have. Yeah. No, we did advanced coating. So advanced coating needs to be its own block. As well. Is that... Well, how many places does this go? Oh, yeah, it goes in the... Okay. So advanced coating is its own block. Lead containers I'm already making. And then this whole R4 solution thing is a pretty easy... We just did this nuclear chain, so we know all about this. And this just loops in on itself once we've started it. Wait. Doesn't. The hot solution is needed every time. Yeah, the hot solution is required to produce lithium carbonate. Am I missing something there? Nope. That is the only way to do it. Okay. Unless there's another way to make R4. I assume there's not. This would be weird if there was a random extra one somewhere. Unless there's a way to make an analyte barrel that I don't know about, which there's not. Alright. So what that means is we need to make hot solution, which is salt solution. Oh, that can be prodded. That's really nice. And salt solution can be made from the nuclear route. Oh, that's interesting. Regular reactor fuel makes high energy waste 1. Huh. I'm guessing we're just going to do it this way. But then that needs antimony silicate. I'm going to guess we need as its own block. Okay, I think we're down to stuff I understand. Yeah. Alright. Prod. Antimony silicate goes into... No, it only goes into 2 things. Triethoxylane. Oxysilane. Triethoxysilane. Cool. Big words. So we'll just make that in the same place that we make this. I guess. So then... Wait. It's only used in 2 places. Okay, so we'll make the salt solution and the triethoxysilane in the same place. Salt solution might be needed in a couple different places. I'm not sure. Wait, no, it's only used to make hot solution, or this is the recycling version if we don't need hot solution. And then the hot solution is used to start the mother liqueur, but then the mother liqueur from there is recycled, so So I actually think all this can be in one lithium carbonate loop. Is lithium carbonate used in multiple places? No. So all of this can be in one lithium hydroxide loop, maybe. Because that's used in 4 different places. Pi is basically Hellmod Simulator. Yeah, I mean, kind of, in a way. Okay, so there's that. What's that view? It's Shift-Alt in Hellmod. It was added fairly recently, and it's a great feature. I actually think it's surprisingly useful. It even does something Recipe Book doesn't do, which is when you're looking at something, you can see the technology next to each row. The other thing it does that Recipe Book doesn't do, which again, it's like, it's not inherently good or bad, it's just different because Recipe Book shows all the icons in one spot, which is nice, but you have to mouse over each one to see the ingredients, whereas here, you can see all the ingredients at the same time without having to move your mouse, and you can compare different recipes, you know, just looking like here and here, for example. And so between all of those things, there's a need for both, in my opinion. So I end up using this sometimes. Okay, so that is the lithium hydroxide, I believe, all figured out. This is advanced coatings, which is pretty simple to make. It's just super expensive. And then this is... Did we do boron? Yes, I did. I couldn't remember if we had done boron or not. And do I have it going into trains? Yes, I did. Perfect. Okay, so boron is already done, which means this is all done minus the helium and the hydroxide. Okay. Which then gets us what we need for bio batteries, which go in a lot of things. Don't think we've done alien bacteria yet either. Still working our way backwards though. We still have a need for the special small parts. I think that will then wrap it up. Maybe. Probably something else I forgot. Diamonds. I mean, we haven't really done helium yet either. I'm kind of ignoring that. Like, if I ignore it, it'll go away. Not quite how things work. I think we have everything here. Okay. Finally, special small parts, which I think for the most part we actually already made all this somewhere else in the block, right? N-bit, super steel. I already have super steel. I mean, isn't this basically done? I think it is. Unless I'm missing something, all of those are already made elsewhere in this block. So that should do it. Oof. Alright, so this is not just for blue circuits, this is for module 2s. This is everything we need. A little bit extra stuff to get to the module 2 from blue circuits. But really that's what we're doing it for, so that's why I'm putting it all in here, because like, yeah, blue circuits is a milestone, but like by itself, they don't do much for me, I don't think. I don't even know if there's anything... This is where we need recipe book. I don't know if there's anything we've unlocked yet that even uses blue circuits as an ingredient. No, I haven't. I can't even make a single thing with blue circuits. And the first thing I mainly care about is going to be module 2s. And maybe... Nope, that's process. You know, there's not a lot of stuff in Pi 3, I think, that uses blue circuits, and I think module 2s are the main one. So that's really where we're going. So all of this is our path. Let's do... let's do the fiberglass. That is what we said we were gonna do. Did I have a block in here? Oh, I guess I had started another. Oh. I forgot I did that. So where was the fiberglass in all of this? Okay. Of course I'll build it bigger, but it's glass. Is this, what does this actually use? Okay, so the glass fibers, clay and limestone and sand can all be made from nothing. And I already have boron trioxide over here. So that's done. Molten glass, hot air, fuel also done. So these 4 are done. These 3 can be made from nothing, and that one's here. So really, and sodium sulfate, did I have to bring that in for something? Or am I making that? No, I don't think I did. Okay. So all I need to bring in is sodium sulfate and refined syngas. Because that's actually an ingredient, not a fuel. Why don't you use auto science mod? I don't know what that mod is, actually. I've never heard of it. What does it do? I'm just debating if I want to put this here or not. Because there's so many of the pieces already here. It feels weird not to put it here. But it's also getting really smashed together here. I guess I don't have sand, actually. I think we should put it here. I just have to replace the sand with pure sand. I think what I might do is get rid of all this. And then get rid of this. Make sure the power connections are not broken, because sometimes that happens. And then I can maybe put all this stuff in here. Alright, and then this is gonna go to regular sand. Or no, am I just gonna make the sand on site? Sand needs soil, needs water. Clay needs steam, needs water. Limestone needs water. Yeah, I think I'll just make it all. And then I import the sodium sulfate. Okay. Sodium sulfate, I'm just gonna do 10 stacks at a time of that. And then we need the syngas. Oh, I do have refined syngas. I don't know why. What did I need this for? Oh, it goes into the new glassware. Sweet. Okay, well that makes it even more convenient. Oh, Jetto, I definitely don't want something that selects researches I didn't pick. First of all, I don't have enough science to constantly research things, because my research is super fast because of how it utilizes VatBrains. And then secondly, I like to manually go through the research tree. It helps me keep track of things a lot better. If I just research stuff randomly as it's available, I end up, you know, it's fine because then everything's available, but you also still have to forge your path through the tech tree even after you've researched it. So I prefer to kind of wait until I'm close to needing something, and then I kind of research my way towards it. Which, at some point, I do need to start the research. And I forgot to make a to-do timer for my science. Reminded me of that. Because this is not all on channel 1, and it needs to be. And then we need to connect all this. Okay. Now that does not make sense. Why is that down to... What? What? How did... Oh, I'm limited on automation science. Okay, there we go. We're gonna need a lot of logistics storage here, aren't we? Automation science, though, do I really need... Because I've got some of it buffered over here, too. But I can't measure that buffer. I mean, I guess I do have a wire that's coming all the way to here. I could just extend it. But whatever. We'll just... We're needing it in the many, many thousands anyway, so we'll just do another chest. So then I'm gonna put a to-do timer, or I will forget. Nope, there it is. Of course there's no power. I'm so confused though. How was that ever at 3 before? If one... You guys see what I'm saying? Oh, it wasn't. I'm hiding a lamp here. I was like, how do we go from 3 down to 2? Because I didn't lose any science there. Okay, that's how. I was hiding the 1000 lamp. Okay, that solves that problem. So back to glass here. Fibers, not fiberglass. You feel dizzy if you research too far in pi. Yeah, basically. Pi is crazy. Okay, so what we want to do is bring in the sulfate. That's done. Then we're gonna make glass fibers somewhere around here. This is... I'm gonna leave some space, I think. Maybe for beacons, maybe for whatever. Who knows what. Put these here. I'm gonna make 3 of them. And then we're gonna need the glass. We're gonna need the... what's this called? Fine syngas. We're gonna need the hot air. Giving us a little bit of a problem here. Okay. So that's done. And fuel. Fuel is the last thing, which is here. Done. Okay. So that does that, and then I'm gonna get a beacon to speed things up and try to not make it too fuel expensive, so we'll still put 1 efficiency in there. That's where module 2s will help a lot, because the speed module 2s have a better ratio on top of the efficiency 2s just subtracting more power, so that'll help. Oh, speaking of module 2s, these automatically have module 2s in them, which is wrong. Because I'm building with module 2s, it's going to auto-select them, which is kind of annoying. Anyway, so now we need the clay, the same... Oh my gosh, sorry, I have to silence my phone. This is really... getting to me. The group chats get nuts. Okay, so clay, sand, limestone is all there. Sulfate, and then boron trioxide just has to be brought down. What are we doing here? Boron trioxide. I kind of want to move it over with bots. Or can we find a way to belt it? The belt spaghetti here is getting pretty bad. That being said, there is an open line right here. Why don't we just do that? Can I can. I'm gonna say, can I use a splitter? And the answer is yes. Outside, boron trioxide, then it's on this belt, which comes over here. So there's boron trioxide, which we will utilize the underground and sideways inserter approach. Oops. Alright. We got that, that, and that. Okay. And then I'm going to need, as well as the boron trioxide, I'm going to need some sodium sulfate. So why don't we grab the sulfate onto this belt. I will go manually pick up the stuff off this belt. And we will do the sulfate to the right. And then that will be on both, so that takes care of boom, boom. And now I need clay, sand, limestone. Perfect. All right, so then clay, sand, limestone. We're gonna need some water. Do I have a water? I have a lot of water over there, but let's not mix with that. Let's just do this here. And then we need some soil extractors and some washers. Let's see, soil extractor into a washer. Soil extractor. I'll do it like this. All right, soil, stone, washer. Here, sand. Wait, that's the wrong sand. Soil to sand. And then we need a clay pit. And then that runs on steam. This way. I'm trying to see how dense I can make all this. Flip that. I can do this and call the muddy sludge. And then I can do the boiler here. And there's the steam. And there's the water. There's water there and there. Alright, that's pretty good. It's pretty dense. I don't know anything about rates. I could have done the rates all wrong, and now I can't put a beacon in the middle of it. So I probably should put a beacon where that sinkhole is, if we're being beacony about it. Okay, that goes there. Power these guys. And I believe that does it, minus putting sand on a belt. That's kind of necessary as well. And okay. So then we need, I don't even know. There's two belts up here, I guess. Okay. That should do that. This power is not connected to anything. That'll be a problem. And then rates-wise, what are we looking at here? Let's find out. It says 4 heat exchangers. What on earth? When did I select heat exchangers? What? Am I blind? Where the heck are heat exchangers? You guys saw that, right? I don't know where that came from. Anyway, the soil is the holdup, but not by much. It's actually surprisingly close to the 3 glass fiber buildings. So, and then the next domino to fall would be the glass fiber buildings, and then after that, the limestone. So, if anything, I need another glass fiber building, 2 speed modules in there, and then maybe like 1 speed module in there. But overall, I think we're fine. Okay, and then we need the actual glass fiber output, which will go to trains somewhere. Where do I have a provider here? Maybe the quartz tube provider? Seems reasonable. But I will bring the belt around the outside for simplicity here. Alright. Comes up and over. Belt's not doing anything anymore. And then we'll do this because I might end up having something else here. This is going to be glass fibers. And then we'll do a loader there. Glass fibers, or not filters. Circuit connection. Glass fibers less than, I don't know how many we're going to need. Say 6,000. Okay, if I didn't miss anything, we are good to go. I do need to manually cleanse that belt, though, of pure sand. And then we're good. And we'll probably call it an episode there for the recording of YouTube. And then I will do a little bit of a base tour, milestone update, kind of look over some of our systems in the next one. Ooh, good stretch. Okay. So this is a lot of pure sand. Oof! We did actually get hit by a train, right? Yeah, that did happen in an episode. Couldn't remember if it had happened yet. It's only happened once, though. But it did finally happen. Oh yeah, I don't even need pure sand for anything anymore. So this is all just empty fluff. Empty fluff. Okay. So then now, whoa, so fast. Okay, so if someone could make a new updated version of the run speed toggle mod, that would be really helpful. I actually would really appreciate it. What the mod does is it literally has, and it doesn't have to be an exact recreation, just effectively a recreation, which is like, you can hit a button like F5 or something, and it'll cycle through, in my case I had it on 3 different speeds. It cycled through regular speed, 1.0, and it would multiply, I think it just manually set your bonus or something, I don't know. Or maybe, I don't know if that's a multiplicative bonus with legs or additive, but I think it would manually set that. And what I would do is, and you could just configure in the settings, it might have been per player, just what those 3 speeds were. And one of them was slower. So I could walk slower if I wanted to. So like here, if I was like, oh, this is way too fast, I would hit F5, go to slow mode, and then I would be able to walk where I actually want to walk on the 350% tiles. But then you just go back to normal speed when you're doing regular life, and then you could go to like 10 times speed, which is what I would do at the beginning of a save to like explore the map or something. But I didn't generally use the fast mode, but you could have a fast mode if you wanted. Anyway, all that to say, that was something I really actually appreciated. Oh, this is not hooked up correctly. That does not need a top up. That just needs to be a regular hookup. There you go. And there's glass fibers automated. Sweet. Yeah, these builds are coming together quickly. I mean, it doesn't feel that quick, you know, but at the same time, we keep plugging away and we're gonna have module 2s in no time. Fiberglass is not done, sorry. We still have to do the fiberglass part. That was just the glass fibers part. So the fiberglass needs epoxy, boric acid. Also, we need a lot of epoxy, by the way. Just like the number of things that use epoxy is very high. So I should take a look at epoxy and see what's going on here. Like if I look at all this, what's the... Actually pretty equally... The epichlorohydrin is actually the issue. Was there more than one way to make that? It's interesting, you can't alt-click to get recipe book. Okay, there's only one way to make it. So I will... Guess I thought I didn't want to do extra modules or something. I'm not really sure what I did there. But we're going to speed this up a little bit. The glycerol. Oh. No, yeah, I was gonna say there is another. It's nichrome plus lard, or it's just skin. So it would be 15 skin and 15 sodium hydroxide versus 20 lard and 1 nichrome. The thing about that is it makes a crap ton of oleochemicals too, so that's kind of nice. Does the module tier 2 build include neuroprocessors? We already have neuroprocessors going. We're probably going to need more of them, but the brain consumption is mostly... I think... Do you mean neuromorphic chips, Gravy? You might mean neuromorphic chips. Those ones are included in there somewhere. Where are those suckers? Those are here. But the total amount of brains that needs is still relatively low compared to my science. 1.5 a second. It's not that bad. What do the neuroprocessors need? Another 1.55. So, I mean, 3 brains, you know, a second is a decent amount, actually. But not, like, absurd compared to what I've already set up. Anyway, this, what are we doing here? So now... The epoxy is the slowdown, and then from there it would be the bisphenol A. And I do have a 3.3 beacon here, so let's do a 5.2 beacon here, and then that gets us pretty close to still only 2 epoxy a second. We're gonna have to ramp this up big time. Let's copy all of this. Don't need another one of those. And make sure I didn't have any caps on this. I didn't. Okay. This one's not right though. Okay. So that hooks up more of those. And then these guys, more glycerol might be needed. Belt. This is just that rough time of the game where like so many things are gonna need to be upgraded. And like either straight up to red belts or even to like stacked red belts, that kind of thing. It's gonna be rough. Actually don't need that right there. We'll save ourselves an underground. And then I'll copy this. That was correct. I must have removed the buildings just to make the most of beacons, is what I think happened here. Now we're rebuilding them. But that's why we left everything there. For what it's worth, future Krydax, or past Krydax was looking out for future Krydax. That is why I left all these things here. It's like, well, I can just rebuild it when I need it. And we need it. So that is that. And then we rebuild these. And it's that easy. This group text is going absolutely insane. I don't think I've ever gotten this many. It's just 3 other guys, and we talk about nerd stuff, but sometimes all 3 of them are like going back and forth. And it goes insane. Okay, I think that's it. That gets us 2.3. I'm missing something. Oh, the steam. That's why we do it. Water. I believe that's not going to touch anything else. As always, we're going to need more water. Alright, what's that look like? Boom. Boom, boom, boom. And we get limited on bisphenol A, BPA, 3.51 epoxy. But how close are we? We're pretty close with the glycerol as well. That's a lot of phenol. Good thing we set up that crazy phenol thing earlier. Also a lot of HCl. I don't know if I have that much HCl. That could become a problem. Also, see you later, Gravy. Have a good one. Alright, I'll add one more of these. And this is the one that needs the phenol. Phenol plus 2 fluids. Okay. Alright, so that should do it. Yes. BPA is still the limit, but we're very close on glycerol now. Cool. That's about the best I can do for now. I think we'll probably call it an episode. We got glass fibers, we got more epoxy, and now we need to set up the final step, which is the fiberglass itself. Is there a specific spot I should set this up? Not really. I mean, it uses a lot of epoxy, so it seems reasonable to set it up here. Is there a specific reason I shouldn't? Not that I can think of. I'm gonna go with more epoxy there. Yeah, I think I'm fine to just... The real question is, will I have space for the stations? But I think I'll do a multi-requester, but I will turn that into a, what's it called? Logistics request. Maybe I'll go with one of these instead. And then that requires me to delete these, which is fine. And then I save 2 tiles to get a fluids requester. Do I have room for a big one? Not really. I mean, kind of. Honestly, the main issue is going to be that providing it is set up as a multi-provider, but there's not space. I could make it a little bigger. Yeah, let's do this because I can expand the fluids part pretty easily. Love to delete this stuff and make sure there's no weird connections there, but that should be fine. I will make this a little different so that I can make this a little different. So that I can put more stuff in here. So this one's gonna go like this. Okay, so that fixes that phenol issue. That'll be that. This will be upgraded to 60 a second. And then we'll put the fiberglass in there. Should have enough room for everything. It's gonna be glorious. This will be the requests for split filters. Clean. Use filters. Okay. And then we'll do a station control here. Like I said, I was gonna be done with the episode. You like that? You guys always love that. So we're gonna need glass fibers, nylon, rayon, fiberboard. We're gonna need diberain and fluid fuel. Fluid fuel is an interesting one. I've got half a mind to produce it from nothing. Do I have a good fluid fuel from nothing build yet? I don't know if I do. Huh. I'll have to think about that. What are we doing here? Rayon. Rayon 10. Nylon 20 is fine. Fiberboard should be a 10. You know what? No, they can all be 20. Yeah, 20 is fine for everything. Never mind. I don't need station control yet. Nylon. What are we at? Stack a minute, so 6 minutes of extra. Rayon. We can probably do like 24. Fiberboard, 24, because that's the same amount. And then glass fiber, same amount as the other one. 26. Yeah. Hey, Zeniel. Thanks for the follow. Zenail. Boom, 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 boom. And then we need Diberain. Hey, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Very appreciated. It's weird to like have Twitch words coming out of my mouth. It's been so long since I've streamed. Oh, I need to hook this up. This could have been a disaster. I meant to do it and then forgot, of course. I'm very glad I remembered that. Oh, and then we need to fix this. Obviously. Okay. So the higher volume stuff we can put on a belt. The rest we can do with bots. We will need a request Diberain here. Oh, I'm glad you've been enjoying the community on Discord as well. I really love the Discord community that we've built. The people there are great. It's a lot of fun. It's kind of like a second family, you know, it's an online family, and I really appreciate everyone who hangs out there. It's a lot of fun. Very encouraging. A lot of people at different parts of their playthroughs. So, you know, some people have beaten... There's a couple of people there that have beaten Pi At least one. I'm trying to think if there's more than just Kieran. I think? Maybe? Can't remember if Lodro finished Pi for sure. Anyway, all that to say, and then there's some people who are just starting out, trying the Zen Garden for themselves. Diberain is gonna get here, and then Diberain needs somewhere to go. So let's do that. And then up there just in time. Do I need anything else? Fuel. Yes. Okay, what am I gonna do for fuel? I feel like there should be... Huh. Well, I've got tailings right here. That's kind of funny. I could just use benzene or something. We need 17 diesel. Now that's with double efficiency 2s, which is gonna not be what we have, so I would have to add a beacon. But I'm just kind of curious. Destructive. How much benzene do we get from a tailings situation? Oh, right, the cold water slurry first, from a fluid separator. So if I were to just like, I'm just checking numbers here. So that gets me 20 a second from 133 tailings, which I'm pretty sure I get. 11.3k, that's disgusting. So I can easily just fuel this with benzene and dump everything else. Honestly, I'm just can't be bothered to do more than that. Let's do it. Let's do it. We'll put an overflow 70% here. So why is that not at 90? I meant to put all those to 90. Pretty sure that's all we need to do. Aromatics is dumped in a sinkhole, right? Could also wait. I could use the aromatics for fuel too. Wait, we can just slushy pipe this. Slushy fuel pipe. I just need a little bit of storage for each one, and then when one runs out, it'll do the other. I believe that works perfectly. It's not, I mean, it's a third as much fuel though, so I get quite a bit more by doing that. And then this will be like up here. All right, I will finish this in the next episode for sure. I think we need to call it here. For those of you here live, stick around. We're still streaming. I'm gonna do the milestone and base tour next, and then we'll maybe get to another regular episode after that. I'm not totally sure. So because of that, I guess fiberglass is still on my to-do list, so that should be fine. I won't forget about it, I don't think. Okay. There's that. And cool. Tailings should never run out because it'll burn gold if we run out of tailings. We did set that up, so should be fine. Although it's an overflow. Wait a second. This is only gonna happen if we run out of... Yeah, this is the blue signal again issue. So blue is the signal that we should... How does this work again? Blue means happy. So we're outputting blue if we have saline. And we have... Well, this is a... Let's just put this at 10%, because this is a pump to the train stuff, so that'll always happen. This is just if we have a little bit more. So then that is going to be at 25k. So then what I can do is put this up. And then if that, or no, and tailings is greater than 50k, that means we're happy. And if we're happy, we're not going to burn gold. If we're unhappy, meaning either of those drops below that threshold, we will burn gold so that we run more of that. Okay, perfect. All right. Done, done, done. Okay, I'm calling it there. For those of you watching from the future YouTube, thank you guys for watching. Let me know what you think in the comments. I'll see you in the next time. For those of you here live, stick around. We're going to keep going. All right, let's see. I gotta catch up on a phone message here, so I apologize. I will be back. I mean, I'm here, but I'm not here, you know what I mean? Literally 53 new messages in this group text. Okay. I don't need to catch up with that one, though. That's the distracting one. Alright, so... we've done a lot in these last 2 episodes. Science actually building up. Yeah, we're up to 4,000 now. This is actually kind of funny. We're gonna keep running into this issue, I'm realizing. So the best I can do is just more chests, I guess. Oh, wait, this one's not full. We can let that one fill up. And then we can do another... kind of unfortunate. I guess we're just gonna have to start to make this a little bit uglier, maybe. We'll do a diagonal here. And then we'll let this one fill up full. We'll do 2 for pi2, we'll do 3 for pi1. We'll let that go bigger. Let this go bigger. Bigger. That go bigger. All right. We'll see how the counts all end up. I'm just kind of going off vibes there. We'll see if any of that's correct. So that's channel 1. We need to wire it up. Same for this one. Bot arrives. It is nice how fast bots are. I remember when I used to have to wait like 5 minutes for stuff to get done. Now it's like 30 seconds. Okay, let's wire that up, and that is channel. Perfect. Okay, so now this can actually increase past 5,000. And yeah, I think I'll let that chill. That's going to be expensive on our base. think I'm ready for base tour stuff. Is there anything dire that we want to fix before that? No, actually, everything's caught up. That feels really good. Feels really good. Don't have enough limestone? I don't remember limestone being the hold up here. Oh, I see. I'm shift clicking, so it's remembering what I had selected. That's okay. I get it. Yeah, no, limestone is the problem. Interesting. Why is it separating these two? Do these not have the exact same beacons? Doesn't it always lump that into 3 of the same? What am I missing here? Why is it separating those buildings? Like, look, it's separating them out into 2 categories. Like, those 2 are separated. Oh, is it? It's because they have a different fuel inside of them at the current moment. That one has heavy oil. That's actually really interesting. I don't know how much it matters, but it's interesting. Okay, so once I do a speed module, that brings it much more in line. Still the hold up though, so what's that do for me? Alright, at that point, we're back to soil being the problem. And I think we could improve everything with a little 4-1 beacon here. From there, we're getting closer. And 3 glass fibers. Let's use some power, why not? Wait. They're being affected by a 3 somehow. From where? Oh, that one. Power production. 3 glass fibers. Huh. Maybe I just need another oil and limestone. These are holding things up. And I've got plenty of space here. Easily just add another limestone. That's very easy. Another soil is a little annoying. Oh gosh. Are any of these needed? Nope. That's just a dead belt. Okay. Carve out some space here. You know what? I bet there's a mod. It might even be the belt. What's it called? Belt, not belt analyzer, but the belt. One that does what you do with pipes. Pipe visualizer, belt visualizer. I wonder if that one, can't do direct insert here, which is pretty good. That should be fast enough. But yeah, I wonder if belt visualizer helps you find dead belts, which have no inserters inserting onto it, or loaders loading onto it, or buildings dropping onto it. If so, it would probably be a slow scan. Maybe you can scan just within a certain radius of yourself or something. But like that would be kind of nice to just find all dead belts and highlight them for a while. Granted, I like leaving my base kind of the way it is from like the starter base part. But as far as like when I rebuild something around trains, it would be nice to clean up in a way that's a little easier to automate. I'm just gonna get rid of a lot of these random buildings. I'll keep the washer and the DDC. Oh, apparently I'm requesting. That's gonna do it. Let's change that to a tier 2 thing. else am I requesting that I need to stop requesting? I never use mechanical inserters anymore. I'm gonna get rid of those. I also don't need 150 to 250, considering I don't even build them anymore. I'll go 0 to 50, and then I'll do 100 of these to 150 of those. Bulk inserters I use a bit more than that. Red belts. Oh, this needs water. What's up, Nighthawk? There's water. Probably need more water. Okay, that is. Alright, see ya, Aelor. Yeah, another 100 hours, something like that. You know I'll be around. Even if not live. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, get my coffee refill, and then we'll come back and do some base tour and milestone update action. And then just make sure there's nothing else going wrong currently. Seems like we're okay. Base is running. Ooh, whoa, we're up to 7,000 science. Nice. Look at that, that's glorious. I'm ready for it to get full. And we can do all the science in a row. And we'll see if our craziness over here breaks again. This thing is wild. Oh, goodness. Yeah, you know, these city blocks don't even feel that big for pYanodon's, but for like standard Factorio, they're massive. They're 216 by 216. And that's if you count internal size. You know, if you count actual like grid size, they are 230, 228, 229 by 229, something like that. And that still feels small. It's crazy. All right, quick break. Thing up. I'll go hit the restroom. I'll be back. Okay, sorry about that. We are back. Oh, we've been getting a nice train tour. That's fun. Okay. So, let's kind of start thinking about a base tour here. How science has it built up even more in the minutes I've been gone. Yeah, actually we're up to 8 out of 10. Wait, did I have 10 or 9? I only have 9 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I should have 10. Whatever, it's fine. I don't even know though. Do I have enough? So currently it is the vat brains. Okay. So I might have enough to get to all 9 lights then. Well, hello everyone, and welcome to a special version of an episode of my pYanodon's Season 3 playthrough. This is going to be a little bit of a base tour and kind of review of 500 hours of pYanodon's. This is the alternative energy version of the mod pack. It is full Pi. If you're curious about playing pYanodon's yourself, I highly recommend just diving into full pYanodon's. I know they're working on the space version of Pi. I don't know when that'll come out, but that will be... I feel like that's going to be a significantly different feel, so I have yet to experience that. But yeah, this is my base. So what we're going to do in this episode is we're going to go through a little bit of the milestones and kind of use that as a springboard to kind of explain parts of the base. But there's a couple systems that I think I've put a lot of work into in terms of circuitry and like figuring everything out. A lot of stuff in Pi is what I would define as like a basic build. Even if it looks like a lot, it is just inputs going to buildings, which then maybe go to other buildings, which then have outputs, which go back to trains, right? And there's nothing like inherently that crazy about a lot of stuff in Pi. It adds up to a lot of different things, but there are certain systems that I've put a lot of work into, and you know, then there's some other systems like all the oil stuff, which can be interesting because you have different priorities. But overall, the flora and fauna I think is part of what makes Pi the most unique. The turd system makes Pi very unique. If you don't know what that is, there's a lot of upgrades where you have to pick one of 3. Well, you don't have to pick. You can pick none of them, but you can pick one of 3 upgrades, and sometimes they significantly change recipes or they add productivity bonuses, things like that. And then there's different families of recipes in pYanodon's, which I also think is very cool. There's like all the metals and ores, which they're not all exactly the same. If you've ever played like C Block with Bob's Angels, they're kind of all exactly the same. Once you get to tier 2 and 3, they might have a separate ingredient that you add in for each thing, but like the process is still exactly the same. Whereas here, you know, usually crushing is the first step, but some of them might give you gravel as the byproduct. Some might give you stone, and then they might give you grade 1 instead of grade 3, or they might give you grade 4 when you crush, and then you turn the grade 4 in a screening building for one of them, but in another one you get grade 3 out and put that in a crusher instead. And so they're all a little different, even though in terms of the overall types of buildings it can be very similar. You'll notice each of these builds looks very different. That one's not ore, but this one's mostly screening. Copper is mostly screening. You know, you've got iron, which is crushing and screening, and secondary crushing and blast furnacing. There's just a lot of cool stuff. And then there's all the flora and fauna, which, again, if you don't know Pi, that is a system where you put modules in the buildings that represent the, like, things you're using to breed, more of them. And then on top of that, there's different recipes for that item. So here I'm opening up recipe book, but you can see, like, Grod has a lot of different recipes to produce Grod, and they use more complex ingredients but produce more output faster. And so you end up kind of increasing the complexity of all of your stuff as you go throughout. And that's pretty cool. I like that system far more than I like quality. I'm not a huge fan of quality, so I'm glad that we have what we have in Pi. So yeah, this is the base. It's been, I haven't done a base tour, I think, since 300 hours. So we've gotten a lot done. We're going to review all the milestones since then. Yeah, let's just dive in. What do we got here for milestones? I haven't even opened this up in a while. I guess we've completed 1 million automation packs. Logistics science we finished right before 300 hours, as well as military. And then pYscience 2, or sorry, no, that didn't make any sense. Logistics science we completed at 74 hours. I was like, that doesn't sound right. Yeah, it was like chem science is what we completed right after 300 hours. So yeah, chem science is kind of, I feel like you get logistics science and then you get py2 not that far after, but a lot of people will build trains in this time, so that takes a lot of time to get trains going. And then once you have py2 going, then at that point, there's a lot to do. So you can kind of rush py2, but then you've got a lot of backlog to work on, or you can work on the backlog in logistics science, and then you don't have as much to do to get to chem. But we hit chem science at 330 hours after 205 for py2. So there was 130 hours there, and almost the same amount between logistics and py2. Whereas you can see it was only from chem science to py3 science was, I guess, also about 130. I guess we were pretty consistent there. But yeah, let's look at some of these milestones. So we did, isn't there a way to sort this by time? Now that I'm looking at it, I think there is a way to sort it by time. Milestones, list by group. No. There we go. I thought there was... Oh my goodness, that is overwhelmingly large. Holy cow. They need to make that have a maximum size there. So it looks like right at 300 hours was red circuits, epoxy, small parts, rayon. So let's look at our red circuit build. I was actually just showing it to you. It's the one place I've put the next lit tiles. I think the next lit tiles are a little too bright, a little too blue, a little too busy, but I wanted to put them somewhere. So I started using bots in certain places. I have the mod that allows you to, it's called Logistic Network Channel, and it allows you to set certain roboports, which then the robots within, and certain requesters to a different channel. Which means there is a local network here. If I just highlight the building, you can see only these roboports and the channel 1 requesters and providers in the area here are allowed to interact with each other. So it's really nice to be able to deliver a bunch of items via train, and then you can load those into a provider, and then you can use bots to ferry those to where they need to go here. You don't have to connect everything with a belt. And yet, I also have a global construction network. So, like, to build new parts of the base, I can still use construction bots. And I really like that. I think the idea of channels of logistics networks kind of should be in vanilla Factorio. Because you can't do something like this in vanilla Factorio. What you have to do is basically avoid certain areas with your roboports and then build deep inside of that empty zone a new set of roboports, and then you have to bridge that gap with trains or belts. So it's just really nice being able to overlap everything, and you don't have to worry about it. And that saves a ton of belt spaghetti. So I'm happy to use bots in this capacity. And yeah, I mean, you know, the red circuit setup is not super interesting, but you need a lot of stuff for it. So that's why it takes you 300 hours to get there. Ooh, looks like we're using a lot of trains right now. I don't see this warning pop up very often. So yeah, we got red circuits, then we moved on. Our goal at that point was basically everything we need for modules, because modules make a huge difference in Pi. And so you need advanced small parts, which we got twice, apparently. Navins, rayon, self-assembly monolayer material, EVA, electric engine units, and then finally you can get your prod modules. Our engine units, we're just making in the auto mall. They're nothing crazy. Advanced small parts. At one point, I don't remember when we did this, but we did a lot of converting to the advanced casting system using molten metals, advanced castings, and hot air. So we're making gears that way. We're making tin cable. making copper cable. We're making bolts that way. And then over here... Oh, nope. I thought over here we had advanced parts. I was wrong. Where are the advanced parts? I guess they're just in their own block somewhere else. Ah, they're down. Yeah, advanced parts need a lot of ingredients as well. Of course, we've stuffed productivity modules back into everywhere that it fits at this point because we need as many as possible. But yeah, so that's that. Our train system, I think we've reviewed this a little bit, but for those who haven't seen any of these videos before, essentially we're using CyberSyn and we're using a 2-channel model where channel 2 is for byproducts and trash, and channel 1 is for main products and main requests for things. And when we have byproducts, we provide them on channel 3, which is really channel 1 plus 2. It's not like a third channel, it's just providing them on both channel 1 and 2. And channel 1 requesters are higher priority, so that way the things that really need items get them first. The things that are trashing things will be the lowest priority, so that we only send them there if that's the last place they need to go. And there's a whole slew of interesting conversations around trash channels, how CyberSyn and LTN work. You actually need to provide it to only channel 1 until it reaches a certain threshold, and then you can provide it to channel 2 for trashing, because if you provide it to trashing, even if it's a lower priority request on the trashers, they end up, it's a long story. But if you want to talk more about that, hit me up on Discord. There's also a very strong case to be made that you actually need 3 channels, meaning like 1, 2, and 3 are all separate, and then some stations are talking to all 3 of them to be maximum efficiency. But that's more for players who use hard mode than otherwise, because I can trash items locally and fluids locally, which hard mode players cannot do. I'm not playing hard mode. By the way, CyberSyn has this inventory management system, which is really nice, and you can see like what items you're currently lacking. The yellow is in transit, but the red is like stuff I don't have, so it helps you kind of identify. This is one of the most useful tools actually for my base, of seeing like what am I missing currently. And it also tells you how long it's been missing. If it's only been missing for 30 seconds, it just maybe hasn't been scheduled yet. But if it's been missing for 20 minutes, that probably means I don't have enough. So that's really useful. And back to the milestones. Where were we? So then we move on towards nuclear, which is kind of the last bit before, or I guess modules and then nuclear. So yeah, modules and Pi really changed the game. So my Pi base before had lots of really big builds like this. You don't see as many of these anymore because these were tier 1 buildings with no modules and no beacons. By the time you get modules, you're very close to beacons. I don't know if you get beacons right after, or if there was one. Maybe you don't get beacons until after chem science, so it's a little bit later, but only like 30 hours later, kind of thing. But yeah, it's a really cool system because you're basically getting tier 2 buildings around a similar time as getting modules, which are speed, prod, and efficiency, same as regular Factorio. And then you're also getting beacons. So between all of that, you can make builds that are 10 times as fast, you know. And beacons and Pi are very cool. I actually think it's the best system of any mod I've played. I've played with quite a few modded beacon styles. And I'm even counting Space Age as kind of a modded style. You know, back vanilla Factorio, there were beacons, and you could have as many as you wanted, and they stacked linearly. And then there were mods like Space Exploration that had the system where it was like big area beacons, but you could only be affected by 1 beacon. Then there was like Factorio, which had sort of that, but there were 2 types of beacons. And then there was Space Age, which did very similar to what vanilla Factorio did, but had diminishing returns, which I liked. And now there's pYanodon's, which has its own unique system, which is a little bit kind of like what we have in Factorio-ish. But each beacon has 2 types of transmission wavelengths. I don't know what you want to call them. AM and FM. And you can set either one to be 1 through 5. So there's 25 combinations of AM, FM. And the different AM channels will affect how big the area is. So I have a little blueprint book of AM 1 through 5 here so we can see. So that is AM 1, AM 2, 3, 4, 5. But the number that AM is multiplied by the FM to get the transmission efficiency or distribution efficiency. Basically, what's the multiplier on the strength of the modules? So here, if you look over at the side of the screen, you can see 0.4 for AM2, FM2, and that means 40% of the module power that is in this beacon is being shared with the buildings. So we're getting 40% of 2 speed modules, aka 80% of a speed module is being applied to all these buildings because of this. But what's interesting about AM and FM, you might be like, well, why would you not just leave AM on 1 so you have the most area? Well, because then it's the AM times the FM that gives you the efficiency. So AM5 distributes more module, but to a smaller area. And then you might be like, well, why would you not just always have FM5? Well, FM increases the power usage by a cubic amount, whereas AM only increases the power usage by a quadratic, aka squared amount. So FM5 uses a crap ton of power, and so you're balancing power usage with area, with other things. And then finally, you can use multiple beacons. So that's what's really cool about Pi, is it's not just one beacon per building. You can use 2 beacons as long as they don't use the same AM or the same FM. So if you think about how that works, you essentially are eliminating, if you make a 5x5 grid of AM, FM, every time you add a beacon, you're eliminating 1 row and column from what those buildings can now use. So you could have 5 different beacons affecting 1 building, but that's the most you can ever have. You often don't do 5 affecting 1 building because it's a lot of work to set that up, but you might do 3 affecting 1 building. And yeah, so it's a really cool system. It's very configurable. It feels like you can get what you need out of it. It feels pretty powerful when you finally have beacons and modules in tier 2 buildings. You can turn a build that was 20 buildings into a build that's 1 building. So you'll notice a lot of my older builds have like lots of buildings, and some of my newer builds have like 2 buildings. Let's see, I don't know what would be like this. You know, because it's like, well, I've got a beacon, I've got prod modules, I've got tier 2 buildings. I don't need... There are even places you can tell where I built it before I had modules, and then I instead just built a beacon, upgraded the buildings, put in prod modules, and called it a day. Because this is like, you can see the crafting speed here is 2.4 on each building, and that's not even counting the productivity. Whereas before I had 8 buildings, you know, that totaled up to a crafting speed of 8. So this is far more items per second in half the space. So there's a lot of revamping your base to use beacons and modules. I do like it. I think you could argue it's maybe a little too powerful all at once to get all of that, but you earned it at that point in the game. You're 300 hours in. I think it's only fair. So yeah, that's kind of the big idea there. And then nuclear was another big topic. My nuclear build is the nuclear in pYanodon's is very interesting. So at the very beginning, you kind of have to follow this process of getting yellow cake, which is from uranium, processed uranium, and then you turn that into cells, and then you burn the cells, and then you turn that into an antimony phosphate. You can get all that processed to this plutonium oxide, and then that turns into a variety of blue rocks, different isotopes of plutonium, which then you really only need 1 of those for your nuclear samples, which goes into ChemSci. And you're trying to figure out how to turn those rocks into each other. So there's different combinations of plutonium mixed with plutonium peroxide that end up becoming 2 different versions of plutonium. And there's like 4 different recipes for this. And you're trying to solve this like matrix of calculations to figure out how do I end up not overrunning my base on certain ones. It's very interesting, very cool math. Like if you want to analyze it properly, you need to use mathematical concepts, which is really cool. And then the next big thing I feel like, apart from just standard progress in our base, was working towards having enough brains to run vat brains. So vat brains are another interesting concept in Pi. It looks like we started that, yeah, about 360 hours here. We also upgraded to tier 2 trains, which was nice. But vat brains are a cool concept in pYanodon's where you can get more productivity from your labs, but not from prod modules. Instead, you have to run these buildings called vat brain biocomputers. And whenever these are running, all of the labs within their radius get, because we're using cartridge Mark II, they get plus 50% productivity. You can get up to 16 vat brains around a single lab, which gives you, in this case, plus 800% productivity. But the problem is you need a lot of vat brains. These only run for 20 seconds off of one cartridge. So there's certainly a balance to be struck between how many vat brains you have. I went kind of mad recently. This was at the end of Chem Science, by the way. I didn't do this at the beginning of Chem Science. The beginning of Chem Science, I had a build over here, which I've since removed, that I think was like 2 vat brains for like 16 labs or something. It was pretty low on. I only had 4 vat brain computers total, and a bunch of labs. And now I have the inverse of that. So now this is arguably one of the worst things about pYanodon's, I will say, which is there's not a lot of ways to make brains. And brains are one of the major costs of these vat brain cartridges. You need 30 brains per cartridge Mark II. And there's not very many interesting ways to make brains. You can scale up AUGs, which are these guys. You can scale up Vrauks, which are these guys. And then arguably, I learned that I actually might think this is the best one. You can scale up Ulrichs. Other than that, I don't really think there's any competitive creatures for brain making in terms of how much it costs to make the creature that you then render. So you got to get a lot of brains somehow if you're using a lot of vat brains, and there's not a ton of interesting ways to do it other than just mass-produce stuff. Speaking of mass-producing animals, this is the CRAP, the Centralized Repository for Animal Processing. And boy, is there a lot that's gone into this. Because as we've needed more and more brains, we've needed to handle absurd amounts of items. If I need 15 brains a second, well, when you render an AUG into... Let's see if I can find the recipe. When you render an AUG, you get 1 brain and 8 meat, 3 bones, 2 skin, 2 lard, 3 guts, and 100 blood. And you need to deal with all that. And even though I'm not in hard mode, it still isn't easy. I mean, it's simple maybe, but it's not easy to get rid of that much meat and bones and lard and skin and guts. And so just the number of items you have is absurd. If we're wanting 15 brains a second, you have like more than 150 items a second. Even though I'm using stack inserters here with a red belt, and now we're at stack size 5, these belts are still so much that I needed 2 belts for all of it. And you can see we need a ton of slaughterhouses, and they're all beaconed heavily. They're all at crafting speed 9. It's just wild how much we've needed to scale all this up. This is a sushi loop for the inputs. The outputs all go into this main warehouse, which I then designed. This is what I think is interesting about a base store, is these kinds of designs. You guys understand how inputs and outputs work, but this stuff, you know, this is Crydex's craziness. So there's kind of 2 main types of items is how I categorize it, is like you've got the stuff that spoils and the stuff that doesn't. The stuff that doesn't spoil goes into this like train loader. And then if we have, this is to provide to the main network, and then if we have more, it goes into here, which is stuff that gets trashed. And then the stuff that spoils all goes here, and then when we have too much of that, it goes up here to, some of it gets turned into jerky, because you need a supply of jerky, but it takes hours to spoil, and so I have an entire warehouse full here of just spoil into jerky, and then so that way I always have 1 warehouse full of jerky, 1 warehouse, or I should call them deposits, 1 deposit full of stuff spoiling into jerky, and then stuff that is additional on top of that goes to be deleted. Now the thing is, there's different ways to delete animal parts. There's literally just burning it, because I'm not on hard mode, I'm allowed to do this. Hard mode people can't do this, which is unfortunate for them. I am turning jerky into biomass as well, so I have a lot of that. But then there's these atomizers, and you unlock these recipes at various points, but this allows you to turn guts into acetic acid, or meat into cyanic acid, or guts into chlorine. And so we're processing If we don't have enough of those fluids, we send extra parts to become those things first, and so we're filling up a bunch of, you know, different tankfuls of those. You can turn blood into urea, and urea can be turned into cyanic acid and ammonia, so there's all sorts of stuff you can do. And we're running all of that now off of rocket fuel, which is kind of nice, because previously we only had, we didn't have fuel as nice as rocket fuel. It's a more recent development. But yeah, this whole crap is controlled by this crazy brain, which is looking at how much we have of each ingredient, dividing it by a number that kind of says, it's kind of normalizing all of these into percentages. Like, I have 80% of the brains I want, I have 47% of the blood that I want, and so it's normalizing all of those numbers. And then these guys are looking at, if I have certain breakpoints that I'm underneath of different items or fluids, slaughter this animal. So like, if I have less than 50% of the brains I want, I'll turn on the Vrauk rendering signal. Whereas if I have less than 70% of the chitin I want, I would turn on the Vrauk rendering signal, or 20% of the meat, etc., etc. So this is kind of giving reasons to slaughter different animals, rather than just slaughtering each animal separately. This way I can kind of, again, it's a centralized repository, it's the crap. And so we can have all of the different parts complementing each other, so that way we're not wasting a bunch of animal parts that could be needed somewhere else here, and then same from over there. They're all getting dumped into the same pot. Would I do it differently if I were to do it again? I would maybe design it a little better from the ground up, but I actually really like it overall as a system. There are some downsides to it, like sometimes some of the downside is Factorio's fault, because you can't read on green and set recipe on red, for example. So the buildings reading their own contents can create recipe signals, because you can set the recipe of a building from, I wish there was another checkbox here. You can set the recipe based on an item rather than based on a signal, if that makes sense. Because like, you can send item signals. Like if I sent an item signal for a steel chest, that's different than sending a recipe signal that only exists as a recipe, right? Like this signal right here is not an item, the full render Ulrichs, but I can send it as a signal. And what I would like is if there was a setting where buildings would only set recipes from special signals, not from items. Because what we've had is sometimes items are read in the building, but then that's transmitted to other buildings and it set a signal. Anyway, it gets to be a whole mess, and there are ways that I've tried to fix it. And then this is a thing that makes it so the top half is rendering a different, potentially a different thing than the bottom half. So we can render two types of things at once. There's a lot of beacons trying to speed everything up. There's a timer that refreshes the stack inserters. So this thing is every 20 ticks, it is setting the stack size to 1. So that way they, no matter what they're holding, they swing out and drop what they have. Otherwise stack inserters get stuck outputting multiple things. So that's what that's about. The extra cages are recycled back to cage new animals, and this is a sushi loop that's trying to keep a certain amount of animals stocked up on the belt. There's a bunch of pumps emptying out, because I did slushy output pipes, which is kind of necessary since all of the buildings could render different types of animals. So all of those pipes go to the same network, which then dump into different buildings. You need a lot of pumps when there's this many buildings dumping out, and they're all on their own, they're all desynced with each other. You need a ton of pumps, because when a pipe network is emptying out, the pump speed is slowing down, the pump out speed from that network. So you need like 20 pumps, so that, because the minimum they ever pump is 0.1 per tick, which is, you know, so if you have 10 pumps, you're getting a minimum of 1 per tick, which is 60 per second. So if you think about it, it's like 10 pumps is very different than 20 pumps, because the minimum is twice as big. No matter how empty the pipe is, you will get that 0.1 per tick. So I think if I were to build this again, I would start out with like 20 output pumps per type. You know what I mean? And that way we'd probably not, we had to do some weird stuff to try to get this to work out correctly. But yeah, that's, I don't know, there's a lot of pieces I didn't explain, but many hours have gone into the crap and upgrading the crap and configuring the crap, and the crap is very messy at this point, and yet it is one of my proud accomplishments. Very big fan of it. So yeah, that's that. Another system we put a lot of work into was this VatBrain system. How does this all work? Because the problem is, you don't want to run VatBrains constantly. That's a huge waste of resources. You only want to run VatBrains when you're doing research. Part of the problem is we need a huge amount of VatBrains here because of how the scaling works. If you're doing 16 VatBrains around one lab, there's a lot of empty overlap here. So you want to fill that empty spots with labs, but then those labs need VatBrains around them. And so the bigger you get, it's the same thing as adjacency bonuses with like nuclear. You know, if you have two, this is like each one is having 2 neighbors. But if you do this, well, these ones have 3 neighbors, but these still only have 2 neighbors. So then you do this. So these all have 3 neighbors, but these still only have 2 neighbors. So it's this thing where the bigger you go, the more it approaches, you know, asymptotically approaches its most efficient state. And it's the same thing with VatBrains and labs. So that's why I built it this big, was to try to be a little bit more efficient with my VatBrains, because you need to go pretty big for that. If I built it half this size, it would use like, I think like 20% more VatBrains, or something like that. So it's a pretty significant difference. But the problem is it researches like really fast. I do a research in 3 minutes now, which for Pi is pretty fast. And so I can't have them running constantly. The VatBrains you can control with signals, but the problem is you can't wire up labs. You just can't even wire them up at all. So how do you know when to run the VatBrains? And I'm talking from an automated perspective. How does the factory know when to run the VatBrains? Not so easy of a question. My initial design was measuring inserters inserting into the labs, and it would measure from one tick to the next, is there a difference in the chests? Because if the number in the chests goes down, that means you inserted. You could also just read the inserter hand contents, I guess, would also work. And as soon as they grab something, that means that science must be running, because the inserter grabbed something. The problem is, they're not constantly grabbing things. Now, if things get out of sync, which I'm imagining they have by now, I don't know, they're still pretty in sync. Like, look, those 2 buildings had the same. Yeah, see, this is the problem. When you build all of it from scratch, you have this issue where they're all in sync. Assuming the science supply has kept up, all of the science packs are in sync with each other, and so they all insert one pack at the same time, but then it runs for a while without needing to insert more. And that's bad, because now you can't just measure the last time you inserted, because you might go 3 seconds without inserting, which means these will need to run for 3 seconds after you've stopped science, and that 3 seconds could be 10 minutes of brain production. I don't remember what the ratio is, but it's pretty big. So I was like, I want this to be more immediate. Like within 1 second, I want it to stop. And there was no way to figure that out. You also can't know for sure what's the longest period of time you'd go without inserting science. It might be 6 seconds, you know, and in that case, you're potentially, yeah, it just becomes an issue with wasting VatBrains. So I was like, how do I do this? How do I know if science is running other than just measuring the inserter inserting into it? And then I thought, well, I could maybe measure the amount in the provider chests, but that ends up being kind of the same math as the inserters because they go out in waves. So yeah, there's not an easy way to have an instant reaction system. So what I went with is measuring power. Measuring power is not easy in Factorio because there's no way to do it. Now, some people thought about accumulators as a way to measure power, which, yes, you can measure accumulators, but the problem there is you need enough accumulators to power the entire system. Otherwise, you have this weird, like, back and forth situation where an accumulator's charging and then discharging. But like if it's discharging down to a certain amount, then you have to provide more power so that it can properly keep power on, because if the accumulator's losing power, well, it needs to stop losing power because you need to keep all your stuff powered. So then you have to add more power into the system, but then you have to remember that it's still currently needing the extra power, and so if the accumulator charges back up, you shouldn't go. So you're going to need some crazy SR latch, RS latch, whatever you want to call it, system, no matter what, even if you use accumulators. This is not that different than if you just used accumulators, to be honest. It might be a little worse, let's be honest. But what I ended up doing, what did I end up doing here? So what we did is some real chaos. Essentially, the idea was because power is instant. As soon as all the labs turn on, they're using a certain amount of power. And then as soon as all the labs are on, I can know what that amount of power is, use that to trigger all the vat brains turning on. As soon as those turn on, they also increase the power usage of labs, by the way, which is not told to you anywhere. That was kind of an annoying realization. So the lab power usage changes significantly, and then the vat brains are also on, and so then you have a new total, and as long as that total is being used, you want to keep the vat brains running. And then as soon as the labs turn off, which then has a separate number, then that's when you want to turn off the vat brains. So theoretically, if you're measuring how much power this is all using on a tick by tick basis, you should be able to figure it out. So what we're doing is we're measuring, this is essentially figuring out how much steam am I using per tick. And this is measuring in, I think it's 1 tick intervals. Yeah. And so then this is tallying the last second worth, because we have to average it out a little bit, otherwise we get some weird stuff. Because this is still pumping out, you know, there's a little bit of like buffering in the pipe and stuff that can be slightly problematic. So we're averaging out over 1 second, and this is just a crazy, I'm sure all of these combinators are like really inefficient, but we're averaging out over 1 second how much have we used, and then this is a memory cell that is essentially only outputting a pulse once every second of how much have we used. And then that pulse is getting locked into this memory cell, and that's basically saying how many units of steam have I used in the last second. And that's how we're measuring power. Then the problem is, when you're filling up the steam tanks, that's interfering with the emptying out of the steam tanks. So you can see there's a little bit of an issue, and I'm just now realizing I maybe could have just had another steam tank that we also, oh, but you can't measure what's in the pump. That's the difference. And then if that one's constantly filling, then that's interfering with the difference. So yeah, you have to have one that's just emptying out so you can measure how much is leaving, but then eventually it's going to be empty, which is a problem. So then it swaps over to this one, which is full, but then it has to lock out, because when it swaps over, it has some weirdnesses with the difference signals, and so I had to lock out for 3 seconds. Like, when you switch over tanks, don't update the amount you're using for 3 seconds until after you've switched. So hopefully it's stabilized by then. It's a whole mess. And I added these tanks so it switches less often. It's a whole mess. But the idea is we got some SR latches here that ideally it's measuring the state of the system when we turn on the labs. Let's actually see if it works. This will be a good test. Let's put our money where our mouth is. Does this actually work? Okay, so I start the research, and vat brains turn on within like 1 second. And then you can see here that we're using far more of the steam. And then hopefully this is all set up in such a way that when I stop the research, it all turns off. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty nifty. As much as this might be like harebrained solution times 10 and it took me way too many hours, that's pretty cool. It responds very quickly. We don't waste much vat brain at all with that system. So I'm pretty proud of that, as much as, again, it's like, this is not elegant. I'm sure there's a better way to do the exact same thing. It does work, at least it had one issue which I couldn't fully explain, and I made a minor tweak, and it hasn't happened again since, but hopefully it works. It's been pretty consistent since I made that change. But yeah, that's one of the biggest things we've done. This is a little measurement on essentially doing the math of, because pYanodon's has different requirements per pack. So you can see we need way more automation packs now. And we also need vat brains per pack if you math it all out. And so this is kind of mathing out each resource based on the current ratio. And then it's telling me essentially which is the limiting factor. So right now I have not 7,900 vat brains. I have enough vat brains to do 7,900 science groupings. That's what I call, you know, this is one grouping. So essentially right now I could do 7,900 worth of science. And so that helps me kind of figure out what I can queue up. And then it goes up to, you know, 9,000. So yeah, that's one of the bigger things we've done. Looking at milestones, a lot of stuff is just inputs and outputs and new flora, new fauna. Let's see if there's anything really noteworthy here. Logistics and, you know, construction bot tier 2 was really nice. Oh, the solar power is kind of been our main power solution. So that might be worth looking at. So solar power in this game, there's a couple ways to do it. There is regular solar panels, but they're not very good. Instead, there's these thermo solar panels. And so these guys heat up molten salt, and then you convert the molten salt at 2,000 degrees into pressurized steam and molten salt at 1,000 degrees. So it's exchanging the temperature there. And then you use that the hot pressurized steam to produce power in a steam turbine. And so this is kind of a stockpile of pressurized steam from solar panels. And I have a little warning that tells me when that gets low, which it just went off this last episode. So I built a fourth section of steam power. Each one of these can handle about 5 gigawatts constantly, which is not that bad. 5 gigawatts from an area this small forever for free is pretty cool. At the same time, though, this system can handle about 12 gigawatts, and it runs off of a tiny amount of refined natural gas. We're talking like, how much does this use? It uses 107 for like 12 gigawatts. So that's not that hard to just use actual power sources either, but I like the idea of infinite. It feels cool to me. I don't have to worry about logistics. So that's what we're doing for now. There are lots of ways to make power at this point in the game, and there will become even more competitive nuclear ways to make power. So you've got nuclear, you've got thermosolar, you've got wind power, which we didn't really touch at all. And then there's tidal power, which is not very strong. We looked at tidal plant Mark IIs, and I think they're way too weak. They need to be like 5 to 10 times stronger to be worth the cost that they have. They're very expensive. So this was a much cheaper route, I think, the solar. Other than that, I mean, obviously there's hundreds of new products that we've made in the last 200 hours, but I don't really know if many of them are that interesting. I'm just trying to think about systems in my base. The crap is one of the more interesting systems. We've done a lot of upmarking, but that's, if you've ever played pYanodon's, you know, well, I guess you have to play a decent amount to get to it, but it's similar to when you first get a creature, how you have to make it a certain way, and then you can reproduce it, and then you get into the loop where it sustains itself. A lot of Mark II creatures are the same way. You have to do a special recipe to get a chance at a Mark II creature, and then once you have one, or maybe you need 3 or 5 of them, then you can start reproducing them. So I've done a bunch of that over time. We've set up a bunch of other stuff. Rubber. This is all silicon stuff. We got, this is the vanadium stuff. We got, what even is this? Recorsinol. I think that's for aerogel. I don't even remember what needs aerogel. We got nanofibrils here with no water, so that's an easy fix. I think I know what happened there. So that's fixed. Wait, what? How did acetone get into this pipe? Huh. Oh, it was probably the... I see what happened. Okay. It got built in a certain order. All right. Well, we fixed that. Glad we spotted that. Bodos are interesting. Later on, you get a turd upgrade that allows them to be a lot faster and cheaper, but they explode once in a while, like nuclear explosion. So you have to have like, and I don't know exactly how big it is, but you know, a giant area that everything in that area will get destroyed, which means you're gonna have to be careful with like belts and chests and not lose a bunch of resources and just ferry in the minimum amount of resources so it can run. So I am excited for that at some point. More animals, more random builds. I've got a bunch of tiles ready to go to pave the world, but the problem is it uses a lot of bots. This is kind of my default paving around the rails that I'm trying to do. I need to do some more placing of this blueprint. And then maybe eventually I'll fill in the insides of these when I have faster bots or something. I don't know. But yeah, I think that's kind of a decent base tour. I think the vat brain and the new science stuff is most of it. The crap is pretty interesting. A lot of these systems, they all start to blur together when you've played this much pYanodon's. Like, they all have some amount of uniqueness to them, like up marking or upgrading the Ulrichs. Like, you have to rejuvenate them because they're tired, you know, which is the first animal that's like that if you didn't do the AUG power system, that is. And so, like, there's a lot of different systems, but they're also all kind of similar. So I don't know if any of them are particularly interesting. I made that forever ago. It's still running. Other than that, I don't know if we have any other new systems that are massively interesting that we've built in the last 200 hours. Looking through. Nuclear is wild once you get a little further too. This is iron plates, molten iron. Molten iron is so much better than regular iron. A lot of animal food. This is one that we've had to continue upgrading. If I were to go back and do it differently, I would have made a better starting setup for all the animal food that was more like expandable, because this is getting kind of messy. You can see I have 190 logistics bots just in that. This is in the local bot network, and I also need to replace all the tier 1 bots with tier 2 bots. You can see how much faster they are, and they carry twice as much. We've upgraded some of these plants like by a ton. Like, I can get 50 Ralasia a second out of just these buildings, compared to the original build, which was this big. I think it made like 5 a second. You know, it's crazy how the pYanodon's higher tier recipes plus higher tier buildings plus higher tier modules all combine together to make really fast stuff. Like, even the tier 1 seaweed, we get 62 seaweed a second out of this. Crazy. So yeah, there you go. That is kind of a base tour, a little bit of looking at milestones. Are there any other milestones that are really interesting? Sap trees are our first Mark IV thing. That's kind of interesting. Still haven't made my first helium. We did just make our first glass fiber recently. Yeah, but we're working our way towards module 2s right now, which require blue circuits, a few other things. So we're probably still, I don't know, if I had to guess, about 20 hours away from having module 2s. Each of these blocks represents something I don't have yet. That is, not all of them are a full build. Some of them are just like literally one building. But some of them are, I guess I did do that one, and I'm almost done with this one. But some of them involve a lot of grief and pain, like this one. So yeah, I don't know how many episodes it's going to be, but I'm going to guesstimate about 20 episodes. And then I might have module 2s, which is a huge boost, obviously, because module 2s have literally any upgrade that's in place without having to change anything else is a big deal. But the ratio of speed to energy consumption is better, which makes a big difference, because a lot of pYanodon's buildings use fuel as their power, which means efficiency matters for not just electricity. Right? Efficiency is also affecting how much fuel the building burns. So that starts to make a really big difference when these subtract a little bit more and these are giving you more speed for the same amount of energy increase. You can cancel out the energy increase more easily and get more speed out of it. And then on top of that, obviously productivity, doubling from 10 to 20 is massive. though you do have to account for that with speed modules and beacons around it, because the speed goes way down. But yeah, that'll be the next big progression of the base, and then past that it'll be production science, which is a huge deal. There's so many things that appear in production science. It's kind of like the end game, I think, starts in production science. I would say we're still in the mid game, but once you're doing production science, I think you're kind of moving into the end game, where most things become possible in production science. So yeah, I hope this has been enjoyable as a base tour. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know in the comments. Please join the Crydania Discord. We can chat there a lot easier back and forth. If you're inspired to start your own pYanodon's run, I definitely recommend it. It's really fun. Just get the whole thing, and you just gotta approach it with the Zen Garden experience. You're not there to win, you're not there to beat the pack, you're just there to have some fun, to get some stuff done. And maybe you'll find after you've showed up a bunch of times to the Zen Garden that you're 200 hours in and you've made a lot of progress. And then you're 500 hours in and you've made even more progress. And eventually, you show up to the Zen Garden enough times just to prune some trees and do a couple things, and you'll find you've beaten the pack. That's what I'm hoping for. If I had to guess, I think I will get victory before 1,000 hours. I think we are more than halfway done, but I'm not totally sure. I'd be curious to see someone else's milestone chart who's completed the game. And if I kind of scale my milestones to their milestones, where does victory land in the timing? Obviously, everybody's a little bit different, but at least for a ballpark estimation, I'm not really sure if we're looking at like 800 hours, 900 hours, if we are just about halfway and it'll be 1,000 hours. But I think that's roughly it. I don't think it's going to be before 800, and I don't think it's going to be after 1,000. I think that's a fairly safe estimate. Anyway, I'm going to call the episode here. If you'd like to join the pYanodon's world, there's a Pi Discord as well. There's a lot of people there that are happy to help out. My automall system, I didn't cover it in this because we built it before 300 hours, but I did make an actual release, a YouTube video release on how this works. I go over the entire blueprint and I provide the blueprint. If you want to make your own, I explain every combinator. I even wrote descriptions on how they work. So if you want to modify and make your own version that does some different things. But this is a count perfect system, which is not the easiest to make that work. And there are some downsides to a count perfect system. But what I like about it is if I say I want 3 of a building, it only makes 3 of a building. But if I say I need 50 of a building, all 10 of these will end up working on making that building. So that, I really like that about the automall, and it has worked flawlessly for the last 200 hours. I've had 0 issues with it. I have had to request, I had to add in this thing where once we move to a tier 2 version of a building, we have to request the tier 1 version back into the system because I'm using logistics network channels. But that's more of a logistic network channel thing than it has anything to do with the automall. So yeah, I've been really pleased with this system. It's worked perfectly. I haven't needed to expand it. Anything that I need tons of that has its own building, like inserters and stuff. So this is just for actual buildings, you know, that do crafting. And these are all the different categories. Someone reminded me that I could just add more sections. And I was like, oh, interesting. Didn't think about that. So instead I have different combinators for each section. So yeah, I'm going to call it there. Thank you for watching this base tour. If you're here watching live, stick around. We're going to keep streaming for a little bit longer. But if you're coming from the recorded version on YouTube, thank you for watching. Let me know what you think down in the comments about this pYanodon's base, and hopefully I'll see you in another video or in the Discord. All right, so B. Jonas, back to the faster reaction. It's not quite gonna work the way you said, because it's not just that power is being used, it's a specific amount of power. So it has to measure the exact amount, because the amount, it has multiple levels and you have to track each one properly. And you also have to account for what happens if it is in between 2 of those. So like, Level 1 is the labs turn on when everything else was off. And then once that happens, you need to SR latch your way into staying on, turning on the vat brains, which then boosts the power 2 notches. Not all the notches are the same size, but one notch is the vat brains turning on, another notch is the labs increasing the power they're drawing because of the vat brains being on. So then it goes up to stage 3, and then that has to stay on until the labs turn off, which decreases by the increased lab notch from the high point. And then when that happens, that's when you then trigger the SR latch to turn off the vat brains, and now everything's off again. And because of how pumps work, it's not tick perfect. Like, you can't just measure exact ticks, because the pump might pump in the whole amount and then half as much on the next tick, rather, you know, so you do have to do some amount of averaging somewhere if you're using steam at all for the measurement. You can't just, you know, measure the megawatts. So I'm sure there's, like I said, I'm sure there is a better way than this that probably uses a few less combinators. But I don't know if there's a system that's like way better, because I did use my brain a lot when I was making this, and I didn't come up with something that was like way more elegant. It's possible it exists. I'm definitely leaving room for that. But I did put enough thought into this that I'm like, I don't think there's just like some wildly simple solution that just completely escaped me. Maybe there is, I don't know. But I couldn't think of one, and I couldn't think of how to put it in one system either, because how do you always measure the decrease of the system while you're also inputting? You'd have to measure the output of another one and cancel that out, but in a way that's tick perfect. And that was where I was getting hung up of like, I can have another tank system that's providing the input, and I can measure how much that one is flowing and subtract that from the decrease, so that the flow in is not being counted as decrease, or in opposite of decrease, I should say. It's not canceling out decrease when I flow in. But the problem with that is all the tick measurements of everything, because we're talking like it has to be perfect, otherwise it's going to get some really wonky tick measurements. So I went with the 2 tank system instead. But yeah, and B Jonas, that's what I'm doing here. Basically the same thing. Yeah, and I could just, you know, I could have had only one set and then had like 20 pumps in, so it filled this entire thing in like 30 ticks, and then just did the same lock idea, but that's not that different than just swapping systems. There's something elegant about left, then right, then left, then right. I don't know. But yeah, I could have just made it 1 and filled up the 1 really fast. Because how many ticks would that even take? These don't actually go 12,000 for most of it, but they do at the beginning. If I had like 10 of them, yeah, you could probably fill it in less than 1 second if you had like 20 pumps. And it doesn't have to be full to 100% either, which is where that gets the slowest, is when it's getting the fullest. So you could just add more tanks, fill it to 90% in less than 1 second, and then call it a day. And that'll all happen pretty quick, because the slowdown in Pi doesn't happen until I think you're 60% full. I think it's linearly decreasing the pump speed from 60% full to 100% full. Decreases the pump speed from full to 0. It might be 70 though. I might be remembering that wrong. But yeah, okay. Is anything broken right now? Substrate? It's scary. What's going on with substrate here? Yeah, we're just using a crap ton of substrate. Part of that's because of the science buffer I just did, so I don't know if I'm actually worried about this. What are we looking at here? Three, 2, and 4, 3. I could do a 4-1 over here. Get a little faster. Yeah, the problem with inventory sensor type stuff is I'm pretty worried about the performance of those types of mods. I have a spoilage sensor mod that is a really great idea, but if you use 50 of them in your base, it's costing an absurd amount of UPS. And I imagine inventory sensor or power sensor type mods also might be similar performance issues. It does, of course, depend on how they're scripted and which things are cheap versus not cheap in Factorio. Spoilage sensor is not cheap. It's possible there might be a way to mod it and wire up the labs that is cheap. But I didn't really want to do tons of mods. I've already got Bob's Inserters, I've already got Logistics Network Channel, and I've already got my fork of CyberSyn that's making my game different than the standard pYanodon's player. I don't also want to have a completely unique VatBrain solution too that requires a specific mod. I kind of enjoyed tackling that challenge, as it were, rather than just fixing it with a mod. Alright, so what are we doing? Fiberglass, I guess we can get that done. Animal parts being full is an issue. It looks like this belt is not keeping up. How to fix, how to fix. I guess what we can do is this. And then this. And then we have the capability for more than one belt total. And the dry goods, the unspoilable goods, aren't interfering with the spoilable goods. And we can just streamline that. Alright. Let's see if that fixes it. I don't know if it will, though, because these can only handle... I guess that can handle more than a red belt stacked full. Okay, so that's actually fine. We should have 2 belts then. Because this can handle 180... Actually, 200, I think, is the exact number. I think it can handle exactly 200 items. If I'm mathing correctly. Yeah, 60 times 3.33333 is 200. So it can handle 1 1/3 fully stacked red belt. So this will take it from 150 to 200 to maximum. Hopefully that's enough. We shall see. We also don't have enough, it looks like, inserters outserting here to stay fully pressed, which is a different problem that I can't actually fix easily. All right, what are we doing? Fiberglass? Where was that? I think I'll finish that off camera just because that doesn't feel worth a whole episode. We were basically done with it anyway. Just needed a couple more steps. I don't remember where it was. Oh yeah, it was over by the epoxy. Okay, so do a few of those. We do need a Diberain tiboric acid electrolyzer somewhere. And then I think I'll put the epoxy in the glass. Well, no, here's what'll make more sense. Epoxy will go there. This one will be the other 2 that are glass fiber and nylon, and then rayon and fiberboard. I'll do bots. We'll do boric acid here. $8.99 a second. Jeez, that's wild. Yeah, B. Jonas, about the sensor thing. I think some of that depend. Like the spoilage sensor mod also has that, but there's still a big amount of variability in like how well it averages those out. Because if it only does the work every 10 ticks, but it still does the same amount of work, it'll still give you a lag spike instead of a lag every tick. And that, to me, is basically the same problem. So what it would have to do is actually spread out the work in a way that doesn't make the work too high, also spread over different ticks so that the lag spikes are brought down, as well as being overall performant on the lag, on the per tick measurement. That's what I kind of demand from a mod before it's performant enough for me to want to use it, and spoilage sensor unfortunately doesn't quite get there. I am using 1 or 2 spoilage sensors in my base because it's really helpful, but alright, so the epoxy we will split off over here. Why am I using a CyberSyn fork? So there is a fork. There's 2 major things that it does that I think should be default functionality but are not, partially because they're working on CyberSyn 2. The primary one that's super nice is the secondary inventory. So I can have a station, this is for trashing stations. I can have a station that is providing to channel 1 a certain amount, and then there's another combinator. This is not where that's actually happening though. There's another combinator that's basically creating a second station here. And that station is on a different channel. It can have its own thresholds, and I can send a different inventory to it. So I can send a different inventory to the one that's on the trashing channel. I can send basically a reduced inventory to it. So I can use the same actual train stop to essentially be 2 separate CyberSyn stations at the same time. And then I can also wire it up so that if a train is coming to pick up stuff from one of the stations, it will also subtract that from the other station. So that way it's like effectively 1 station, but kind of under the hood, it's really 2 stations at the same time with separate inventories. And that allows you to do the super trasher system where you're providing lots of different trash items in the same warehouse. And then, so that's thing 1 that the Dan Bopes fork does. That's, to me, saved me a ton of work. I did come up with a slightly different way to make a super trasher that involves 2 train stops in a row like this. But that's a little messier because then you're trying to like load and unload from different locations, but using the same inventory, and that gets a little weird for a different reason. But that would at least make it so you don't need the Dan Bopes fork. But the second thing it does that I really like is it allows trains to lock slots per number of items they're coming to pick up. So if you're providing 5 items, theoretically you should have 5 lock slots per cargo wagon, but that's really inefficient if most of the time trains are only coming to pick up 1 thing. But what if they did come up to pick up 3 things at once? Then now you're going to run into an issue. And so it just automatically multiplies the locked slots by how many item types it's coming to pick up. And that one feels like it should be default CyberSyn to me. The double station thing, I can understand why they don't have that, but the locked slots per item type feels like it should be default functionality, and it should have been for a long time. Because otherwise it just makes multi-providers really weird to set up. Anywho's, fiberglass. Okay, so we've got the boric acid, we've got that. We need faster. No, these are, actually, no, they'll be faster. Power, and then we still need a requester chest. each. Do the output. All right, and then that's fiberglass, which we said we're bringing all the way back to here, I think. Yeah. Oh, that's... leave room to put fiberglass on the epoxy belt. Should have. I gotta move this up. Deconstruct that, move that back, put a splitter and filter right on epoxy. And then we can put fiberglass in this one. And we'll say 4,500. Gets us to about 90 stacks. Got plenty of room. All right, that should do it. Bring this down, over, and channel 1 for these guys. Get rid of these bots. Channel 1 for you. And then we just need the rayon and the fiberboard. I don't know if 30 is enough. This 60 seconds worth. That should be good enough. And then this needs to be channel 1. This needs to be channel 1. And I think that does it. Maybe? Oh, they need bots. There need to be bots in that system. And where is that? The BPA is... It's so hard for me to find things. Up here. Alright. I don't think we're going to do another full episode. We've already been streaming for 5 hours, so I'm going to be done soon here. We got a lot done in the 2 episodes we did, and between them. So, fiberglass. What was I doing? Oh, right. Wait, what was I doing? Came over here for a very specific reason. Oh, to put bots in there. Into the network. 10. Say 15. I think 15's enough. Oh, and then the fuel can come from the north because we've got that extra stuff over here. That should do it. Fiberglass complete. Nice. Sweet. That'll do it. And that will skyrocket our epoxy usage for sure. The nice thing about this is it's one of those it's one of those builds that gets like a lot cheaper once we have prod module 2s, because it's way more, you know, glycerol, and then way more BPA, and then way more epoxy. Multiplies everything. Because like the glycerol goes into the ECH, which then goes into the BPA. No, I guess it doesn't. So it'll be 3 steps more epoxy for my skin and hydroxide, and then 2 steps more for my phenol and acetone and HCl. Can't tell you whether labs are running. It can read the number of packs. Yeah, exactly. Like you say, that's just the same as measuring inserters with hand size 1, so... Yeah, it's pretty weird that you can't wire up labs just in general in Factorio. It feels like a... like, I'm sure it's not an oversight. I'm sure they asked, should we be able to do this? And then the answer was either it's not feasible for us to program it, or it was, we can't think of a good reason why you would need to. Plus, it would be a lot of work, so it's not worth the work. But unfortunately, we are in a situation in pYanodon's where you very much, you very much want to be able to measure labs and cannot. Instead, you have to come up with harebrained solutions. Other solutions that are pretty decent is just a manual on-off switch, and you just queue up 5 sciences and let it run, and when science is done, you have an alarm go off, and then you go turn it off manually. You know, that works fine. But I really wanted to automate it, so I'm happy we did. Alright, I do not think I need 15 bots. Let me go down to 10. Cool. Okay. Ninbit matrices are also one of those, like, they're really expensive, but overall I don't really think we need much going on there. Yeah. So we'll go ahead and do that one as well. This I am a bit concerned about. The way we have it set up, these are not very fast. We'll throw in a 5. I don't know what is free here. A 5-3, I guess. It's gonna be pretty expensive. That'll speed that up a lot. And then what am I doing? Yeah, this is the time when I know I probably need to be done streaming soon. My brain's just like emptying. I was like, wait, what? Who? What? How? Where? Me? Oh, me. Right. Doing thing. Got it. I'm gonna make 3 here, and then a 4. I don't know, a 4 something. Oh, right. I'm gonna have to place with prod 1 because it doesn't know. And then we need nanocrystalline and nitai. I think we don't have either. What we also don't have, I'm realizing, is just a straight up provider here, which is a crime. Why don't I just... what am I doing? This one. It should be fine. No, that's a provider. Whoops. Not a bulk. You know, bulk is one of those things I think I've realized is unnecessary. Maybe. I don't know, is it? I think instead what I wish I had done, if I were to build it all from the ground up, like if you were to pay me $1 million, it would, my threshold is less than $1 million, but it would be a lot of money to just restart Pi right now. And you're like forced to play at least to this point and further. It would be very defeating to lose my save and start fresh. But if I had to, I think what I'd do for Rails differently is I would build a very scalable system where I have a few variables that are global. I would want, and I think what I would even do is I would probably have 2 variables. Imagine they're just A and B. And I would do some formula on A and B to multiply my request thresholds. But then you also need to increase the amount that you are past the threshold by a certain amount. Otherwise, like Otherwise, as the rate goes up, your buffer isn't bigger, and so the buffer's not big enough anymore. Now, train delivery times do tend to go down over time, which is kind of nice, but there's still like a flat, like you need at least 1 or 2 minutes of lag time. And so the idea would be I could just slowly over time increase. I could like bump it up by 20%, and just all across the base, trains are going to be more efficient at delivering things, no matter what the original size was. But then I also would need to have the capacity in the warehouses to deliver all of those more stacks, which is where the problem is born. And so then you have to know how many stacks can fit into each of your warehouses, which I don't think you can read with a wire, can you? I don't think you can. So then you'd have to have some more combinators that are mathing, and then at that point it's like, is it even worth it? Because you've got like 10 combinators per station just to throw out a warning if you have too many stacks. Yeah, I don't actually know what the best solution is there, because you can't just read inventory slots. Anyway, I need this, and I need to move this somewhere that isn't in the way. Is this in the way? No, that is fine. Alright, Steam is moved. This is gonna need to be different, like that, and then this is like this, and then that should be fine, and then this is a divider, which is wired up to this. And then, of course, we need station control. Yeah, so B Jonas, that's the sort of mod I might get if I were to build everything that way. But I would need to know, is this a very performant mod? Because I'm going to have literally thousands of these inventory sensors. So it would need to be very performant. And I would need to know for sure that it wouldn't like ruin my UPS after just 500 of them. Alright, so what are we requesting? We're requesting nanocrystalline cellulose and nitide. Do I already have nanocrystalline cellulose just by chance? I don't think so. I do have a round thing, though. It is Cermet. Yeah, exactly. And like, so I would want to test it on that scale before I felt confident using it. But otherwise, that would be the kind of thing that I would use, because then it allows me to do things the way that I really want to do them. Where I can slowly, as my base progresses over the stages, be like, okay, I'm just gonna boost everything by 1.5 now. All of the numbers that I had back in logistics science and I set them up, I'm gonna boost all those by 50%. At the same time though, my train traffic isn't that high, even with the smaller deliveries, so who cares, right? Like, the only thing that does is it makes train traffic more efficient. So what? That doesn't really help. The main thing is actually, if anything, increasing the buffer size at the requester so that there's, as I use more items per second, it keeps up. That would be the better thing to automate. Anyway, nanocrystalline cellulose. How much do I really need? Yeah, we'll say 25 stacks. Oops. Here. And then nitide. Sure, it's 1 hour. I'm gonna need it. Niobium, titanium alloy. And we've already got the Nextlet matrices, so I think that's all good. And then channel 1, channel 1. Oh, this is annoying. need to split it off here because I'm measuring that other belt. And I conveniently make it up to here. Okay. And then we need the requesters. One. Now we're up there. All right, I think we're getting there. That's actually it. And then the Ninbit matrices will go on. I mean, we can just use bots here. It's kind of crazy not to. And then those can go into this provider. What are we doing for... We are at exactly 2,000 and 3,000, which is 50 stacks. I still got plenty of stacks. Also a provider down here. Doesn't matter. This one already has 6 loaders. The problem is I can't fit in a provider or a requester chest, I mean. So what we'll do is do it one of 2 ways. Delete this, put the requester chest there. I could put it on the belt and let the belt do the trick. Sure. That allows me to do 2 items at some point. So that'll be channel 1, Ninbit. And then this is Ninbit. Okay. That's done. This is done. These are channel. Those are limited. Power. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 15-second runtime. That's 150 seconds divided by crafting speed. That should be decent. Okay. Sweet. Channel 1 on that. I believe that should do it. If mistakes were not made. Oh, is the channel 1? No, it's connected. No, it's not. This one's not channel. There we go. It's like something feels wrong here. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Ninbit matrices being made. Alright, so that's good. That unloads into that. That then gets filtered over here, and that has a limit. So should all work out fine. Cool. Shit, so much Nexalit. I guess not really. A Nexalit matrix is just Nexalit and epoxy. In fact, we get more than 1 matrix per Nexalit. So it's not that bad. My base looks so good now? Well, I appreciate the compliment. I don't know if I agree, but I guess it is a lot cleaner with all of the rail stuff going on. But it does still feel like a mess to me. Especially like this nonsense, but you know, it's well loved and works. Fits the Factorio aesthetic, that's for sure. Alright, I believe that does it for Ninbit. And we will probably call that stream, I think. That's now done. Oh, this needs to change. Perfect. So yeah, that'll get us all the Ninbit matrices we need. Cool. one of many things checked off the list. And I need to add more. Lithium hydroxide. I need to add advanced coating. I need to add lithium niobate. I need to add bio batteries. Okay. I think that's the order we still want to do it in. Honestly, Hellmod's great. I love that it's in-game. There's a lot of stuff you can do with Hellmod that you can't do with UFC because it's in-game. You know, the pinned view is incredible, just being able to grab the building you want or the beacon you want if you know you're looking at beacons. Being able to see, like, right here in game the amount per minute, the stack size, and that changes reactively. Being able to use this new thing, which is like the recipe book inside of Hellmod, is really nice because you can link to stuff and then, you know, recipe book your way through that. There's just a lot that, like, alt tabbing to another screen is going to prevent you from being able to do. Now, I guess a lot of this still could be done on the other screen, but I don't know. There's just something about Hellmod at this point. It's home to me. And all of the new features allow it to be pretty extensible now that we have multiple layers. So I haven't really ran into many reasons why Hellmod isn't good enough. Once, you know, the first while was pretty buggy. Most of the bugs have been worked out by now. I don't run into bugs very often where I'm like, this isn't working, period, and I can't figure it out. There are still a couple weird, elusive bugs that I don't know if I totally understand what they are or when or why they happen. But for the most part, it's worked perfectly for me. And it works fine to support the complexity of pYanodon's as well because of the multiple layers now. But yeah, I definitely think you should try it again. Most of the things are fixed and better. It can be a little hard to make a sub-block provide two different things. It certainly is not easy, and you have to make it make the one that makes less, and then additionally, you like control click, or I think it's inside of the block, you like control click the secondary thing. Yeah, that little extra up arrow. And now it will provide two different things, but it's not easy to make it do that. That was a little confusing to figure out, but it does work. You just got to do it in the way it wants you to do it. Yeah, the other thing Hellmod can do really nice is the beacons, because you can set up, you know, two different beacons in pYanodon's, which allows you to do the turd beacons properly. It allows you to set up, you know, the multiple pie beacons, so that's nice. So, I don't know. I like it. I'm sure YAFC does some things that I would really enjoy, but as far as being a content creator, I don't think I'll ever switch to YAFC, just because the integration of being inside the game is such a benefit for my viewers that I don't think YAFC would be worth it. If I ever stop making Factorio content and it's just me by myself, I might try YAFC. But as far as content creation, I don't think there's really any competition there. And I don't really think Factory Planner has the feature completeness of pYanodon's. I don't think it can do this thing, which I now really enjoy and I'm starting to use a lot more. I don't think it can do the linking the same way. I know it can do a lot of similar things, but at this point, I think I'm pretty locked into Hellmod, unless, I don't know. And some of that's just because it's what I'm used to. All right, I gotta get out of here. My brain is melted. This has been a great stream. I am very happy about it, but I do need to go. So, I will save the game here. I will take a screenshot of the base, which has grown quite large at this point. How big is this base? So from right to left, we're at like 2.7 kilometers. But that's like all of that. It's actually roughly square minus this bottom right corner. I'm surprised by that. I wasn't intending for it to be square. Especially because it's not... You might think that that's natural, like, well, it would tend naturally to be roughly square or circular because you're trying to stay roughly close to the middle of the base. But the middle of my base is the auto mall, which is right here. Which I guess is kind of close to the center of the square, now that I think about it. I need to go a little farther up and to the right, though. I've expanded more down and to the left. That was because I'm working around the starter base, though. But yeah, all that to say, we're about 2.7 by 2.7. That puts it at... What is that, like 8 square kilometers-ish? Now, most of that's empty space still, if you count the full square, so it's probably more like, you know, if this was like a video game map, you know, these corners would be cut out, so it's probably more like 5 square kilometers of base. And even within that, there's a lot of empty space. Cool. All right, I'm saving, I'm getting out of here. Thank you all for hanging out. It's been a blast. Oof. Most of it should be empty space, so it's easier to modify. I mean, that's definitely an opinion. Some people like the organic build variety, which is less easy to modify, but has some other benefits of everything being very condensed, which improves latency and train efficiency and belt efficiency and bot efficiency. And it also looks really cool. I'm just thinking of Goats with Pants, and his base was a good example of that. All right, making the thumbnails here for my episodes. All right, well, I'm gonna head out as usual. If any of you guys have anything more to say, hit me up on the Discord and I'll see you there.